Chapter 160. Bang! A thunderous sound suddenly spread. The head of the vine dragon, which had swallowed Xiaoyan earlier, instantly turned bright red. Wave after wave of hot flame aura continuously spread from it, causing the surrounding space to involuntarily distort. Soon after, it suddenly shattered under a clear cracking sound. A heavenly flame, eternal ancient ruler. Break it! Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse cry was emitted from Teng Long's mouth. Soon after, Teng Long's large head was raised uncontrollably. An incomparably bright line of fire between his brows had split Teng Long's head into two. A slight sizzling sound was emitted when the line of fire appeared. In the next moment, the line of fire, which was only as thick as a strand of hair, swiftly widened. Everything around it was completely incinerated amidst waves of faint sizzling sounds, turning into nothingness. In merely a moment, the vine dragon, which had a majestic aura a moment ago, had completely vanished. Its remaining body was just like a wooden stake, without any signs of life. The dragon head disappeared, and Xiaoyan's body slowly revealed itself. His originally pale face had become as white as a sheet of paper. The originally blazing fire glow within his pair of beautiful fire eyes had also become much dimmer. At this moment, Xiaoyan was holding the hilt of the ruler with one hand. The broad, heavy ruler was slanted to Xiaoyan's right. Compared to Xiaoyan, the raging flames that soared into the sky did not diminish at all. In fact, the aura that seeped out from it was many times stronger than before. The raging flames transformed into a fire barrier that rose with the wind, covering the entire space. Under the support of the strong wind, it appeared just like a flaming flag. Xiaoyan was expressionless as he glanced with disdain at the dead wood-like dragon body in front of him. He slowly lifted his hand. The huge ruler was slowly swung along with Xiaoyan's action, forming a vacuum in the empty space. Soon after, the broad ruler gently pressed down. It was just like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water as it made contact with the dragon body. In the next moment, the 100,000 feet wide dragon body suddenly turned into a brilliant fire light. It was just like a heavenly fire path that stood in front of Xiaoyan. It is really unexpected that you have already mastered this heavenly flame eternal ancient ruler to such an extent within a short 10 years. It seems that you have already made preparations for this trip to the other world. Gu Yu's voice quietly sounded within Xiaoyan's heart. The praise within his voice was not hidden at all. Clearly, Xiaoyan's actions today had indeed exceeded his expectations. Xiaoyan smiled faintly in his heart after hearing Gu Yu's words. However, he did not reply. Being prepared in the face of the unknown was something that Han Tiandi had taught him. After all, the unknown was the most dangerous. Xiaoyan frowned and glanced at the black figure in the sky after recovering. His breathing was a little heavy as he asked Gu Yu in his heart. Old Gu, this spirit tree, this ginseng spirit tree is no longer under the control of that little fellow above. There are really many unexpected things today. It is unexpected that there is actually such a powerful evil ancient spirit tree in this corner of the world. Before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, Gu Yu had already voiced the question in his heart. Xiaoyan's expression changed once again upon hearing these words. From Gu Yu's tone, it was not difficult to tell that even he was surprised by this so-called evil ancient spirit tree. While Xiaoyan was conversing with Gu Yu, the three ancient trees in the distance once again moved. The vine dragon was destroyed and the three ancient trees were also affected. However, this was mostly due to the fury of the spirit trees. Under the control of the mysterious black aura, the three ancient trees had already entered a berserk state. Xiaoyan had already entered their kill list. The strong tree bodies suddenly shook and the ground below suddenly collapsed. 100,000 feet wide deep gully appeared in front of Xiaoyan. In the next moment, a sizzling sound appeared from within the deep gully. Densely packed dark green roots turned into many huge vine snakes with the wind. They were wrapped in waves of strange black viscous liquid as they pierced through the empty space like many sharp arrows. They cut across the 10,000-kilometer sky and charged towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan turned around. His slightly recovered face involuntarily revealed a fury when he saw these countless vine snakes. There was really no end to this. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's nose. The large ruler in his hand was suddenly swung in front of him. The body of the ruler violently rubbed against the thorns on the heavenly flame armor, emitting a deafening friction sound. This caused the space around Xiao Yan to fluctuate. The moment the large ruler rubbed against the armor, the heavenly flame that soared to the sky instantly attacked Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan had completely turned into a flaming person. With a stern cry, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. The veins on his hand, which was holding the huge ruler, bulged. Dou Qi surfaced on his left hand. He waved his large hand and it suddenly drew across the body of the ruler. Numerous mysterious symbols also appeared on the body of the ruler. Flame. Devouring wave ruler. With an explosive roar, Xiao Yan's body suddenly rotated on the spot. The large ruler in his hand also began to rotate at an extremely fast speed. Before the deafening sonic boom could spread, it was instantly covered by the explosive force that was brought about by the large ruler. The space around Xiao Yan's body once again collapsed under this ruler. An instant later, Xiao Yan's body stood still. The little Dou Qi that had just recovered in his body suddenly disappeared. The world in front of him had also become a little blurry. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He bit the tip of his tongue. Under the stimulation of this heart-connecting pain, the giddy feeling in Xiao Yan's mind was finally wiped away in an instant. The continuous squeezing of the Dou Qi within his body was something that even a half-D expert like him was unable to endure. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth finally revealed a soft smile as he raised his eyes. Under the frightening might of the flame-swallowing tsunami that could destroy the world, regardless of how many vine snakes there were, they were all instantly killed. This time around it should be over. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the waves of exhaustion and powerlessness that spread within his body. He did his best to squeeze out a seemingly relaxed smile on his face as he laughed softly in his heart. The sharp and overbearing ruler glow instantly swept across the countless number of vine snakes. In merely an instant, the vine snakes that filled the sky suddenly scattered. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, they instantly turned into nothingness. The might of the ruler glow did not reduce even the slightest after the vine snakes were destroyed. It charged into the endless abyss below. After an earth-shaking explosion, it completely returned to silence. High up in the sky, old Luo and the black figure were facing each other. The scene below was completely captured by his eyes. At this moment, a cold smile was revealed on his old face when he saw Xiao Yan destroy the endless number of vine snakes with a single ruler. Immediately, he looked at the black figure in front of him and coldly laughed. Looks like you are really nothing in front of the heavenly flame. Today, you are destined to be unable to do anything to him. The black figure merely laughed mockingly in the face of old Luo's ridicule. A pair of empty eyes stared at old Luo. Soon after, a strange cold laughter was emitted from his mouth, causing old Luo's expression to involuntarily change. Luo Ao, you have really lived for so many years in vain. Do you really think that I will just stay here without moving? Or do you think that those few fellows can stop me? Old Luo's expression instantly changed when He Mu's words sounded. His eyes swiftly turned and looked at the endless abyss. In the next moment, old Luo's expression finally became completely solemn. Dead spirit poison. It is unexpected that you have actually refined such a thing. Haha, isn't it prepared for you? However, this brat is quite lucky. Today, I will let him have a taste. He Mu smiled with satisfaction when he heard the seriousness in old Luo's words. His gaze swept toward Xiao Yan as a hoarse cold laughter was slowly emitted. At the same time, the endless abyss, which had just returned to silence, suddenly emitted waves of snake-like low roars. Standing in the sky, Xiao Yan's body, which had just relaxed, once again tensed up at this moment. An incomparable sense of danger also rose from the bottom of his heart. In front of Xiao Yan's eyes, waves of pitch-black, viscous liquid continuously surged out from the bottom of the endless abyss. Soon after, under Xiao Yan's gaze, it filled the entire deep gorge. When this strange river appeared, the surrounding land also strangely turned pitch-black. All life had also completely scattered at this moment. All the vegetation was instantly turned into a pile of powder. The pitch-black liquid contained a terrifying destructive force. After all life had scattered, the pitch-black liquid suddenly turned into a light circle and swiftly spread. Everywhere it passed, even the empty space was tainted by it and was devoid of life. In merely a couple of breaths' time, the frightening light circle had already spread in front of the tens of thousands of ancient ginseng trees. Only at this moment did the natural supreme life aura of the ancient ginseng trees slowly stop its advance. Even though this was the case, there were still a couple of ancient ginseng trees that were invaded by it and were seriously injured. Just as the pitch-black light circle was about to continue invading, an emerald do-chi barrier instantly appeared on the ground outside of the tens of thousands of ancient ginseng trees. It wrapped around the entire mountain forest within it. The moment the do-chi barrier appeared, Old Luo and He Mu, who were high up in the sky, instantly turned their gazes over. Old Luo looked at the barrier that towered over the sky. His somewhat tired heart finally exhaled a long breath. The sharp glint in his eyes became even sharper as he looked at He Mu in front of him. Black fog churned on He Mu's face, which could not be seen clearly, when he saw the barrier. The space around him was also greatly affected. In the end, He Mu let out a cold snort and no longer bothered about it. Instead, he poured most of his attention onto Xiaoyan below. Each time he looked at Xiaoyan, he would feel an inexplicable sense of danger. This kind of feeling was something that he had never felt before, even when he was facing Old Luo and the true owner of this mountain forest. The human in front of him had clearly become an anomaly. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, had placed all of his attention on the monster in front of him the moment the emerald green barrier rose. Just a moment ago, the viscous liquid, which appeared like a black river, began to churn violently like a hurricane. Immediately, it charged into the sky in front of Xiaoyan's grave eyes and turned into a magical beast that was neither a dragon nor a snake. This magical beast was shaped like a dragon snake. However, there was a horn on its head that emitted a sharp and frightening cold light. Within the rhombus-shaped beast eyes, a dark black glow was accompanied by a cluster of scarlet. Traces of bloodthirsty aura also spread, causing one to feel an inexplicable fear. On its snake-like body, there were countless thin strands of black viscous liquid scattered in all directions. It was like a mane that covered its body. As for its tail, it was different from an ordinary snake's tail. At a glance, it actually resembled a fish's tail. As its wide and large fish tail gently swayed, an extremely violent spatial storm swept forth. The strength of its power was so strong that it was likely that even a one-star half-martial emperor would not be able to withstand it for an instant. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel the most solemn was the frightening aura of death on its body. Under the suppression of this frightening aura of death, this magical beast seemed to have escaped from hell. Even though he possessed a heavenly flame, he still felt a sense of helplessness from deep within his heart. Hence, he had no choice but to use all of his strength to face it. The moment this magical beast appeared, its rhombus-shaped beast eyes were already firmly locked onto Xiaoyan's body. The dark scarlet light instantly sealed the space around Xiaoyan's body, causing Xiaoyan's body to be unable to move even a little. Xiaoyan's tightly knitted eyebrows became even tighter when he sensed the change in the surrounding space. His grave expression appeared as though it could drip water. His exhausted body also felt increasingly tired and powerless. The dizziness in his mind that had just disappeared pounced on him like floodwaters at this moment, causing Xiaoyan's body, which was already barely standing in the air, to become even more unstable at this moment. If the space around him had not been sealed by the magical beast, causing Xiaoyan to be imprisoned in the air, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already become a human cannonball that shot towards the ground. Xiaoyan's weakness also caused the enormous beast to involuntarily release a low and deep beast roar from its mouth. The strange beast eyes that looked at Xiaoyan also revealed an extremely human-like disdain and contempt. To it, the current Xiaoyan was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as it was willing, any random attack would be able to instantly turn him into nothingness. At this moment, it only wanted to admire Xiaoyan's final struggle, As though it had sensed the magical beast's intention to tease him, He Mu's pitch-black ink-like body distorted in the sky. Soon after, a thought was transmitted, causing the enormous beast that was surrounding Xiaoyan to suddenly tremble. Traces of fear rose from the bottom of its heart. Immediately, it did not dare to be careless. The beast that was filled with a foul stench suddenly opened its mouth. A thick light pillar suddenly shot out from its mouth and blasted towards Xiaoyan. The pitch-black light pillar instantly pierced through the empty space. In a flash, it had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. It was accompanied by an extremely terrifying aura of death as it blasted towards Xiaoyan. Before Xiaoyan could get close, that extremely frightening aura of death had already pressed over from all directions, causing a deathly gray color to instantly surge onto Xiaoyan's pale face. He was just like a person who only had a single breath left and was about to die. In the next moment, the pitch-black light pillar that was like ink, accompanied by a terrifying aura of destruction, broke through the empty space and came crashing down. Awkward, the number of words in the chapter has been filled. I still cannot finish writing one chapter. Thus, I have no choice but to split it into 2 chapters. However, the second chapter is not finished yet. I will try my best to finish it tonight. Chapter 161. Bang! A circular, frightening energy storm instantly swept across the entire empty space. The sky, which had almost turned into daytime, once again descended. Night once again descended. The vast space, which was originally as stable as a mountain, actually began to tremble slightly at this moment. The frightening energy storm suddenly smashed onto the barrier of Lingtian. However, it merely created a wave of water like ripples. The space within the barrier was completely unaffected. He Mu, you are really looking down on this old man. This death spirit poison of yours might be strong, but it has not reached the level where it can resist this old man. With the both of us around, this old man advises you to stop today. A faint old voice quietly resounded across the entire empty space, lingering for a long time. The confidence within his words was completely revealed. The storm swept over, but Xiaoyan, who was within it, was actually completely unscathed. On the other hand, the huge beast on the outside had been pushed back by 1,000 miles due to the explosion. However, this huge beast was clearly not an easy opponent. In merely an instant, it had once again recovered. Its pair of large beast eyes suddenly turned and looked towards the interior of the barrier. Qing Mu, you have finally awakened after being in a deep slumber for so long. He Mu's dark black body was distorted. These somewhat strange words were slowly spat out from his mouth. His slightly hoarse voice gave one a strange feeling. From these words, He Mu seemed to be waiting for this old fellow called Qing Mu to awaken. Old Luo's brows involuntarily knitted once again when he heard the strange words within He Mu's words. Qing Mu, on the other hand, emitted a cold laugh. He did not take these words to heart. He Mu ignored these 2 people. A thought passed through his mind and the huge beast suddenly turned its head. It opened its large mouth and an even thicker dark black energy light pillar erupted once again. In merely an instant, the dark black energy light pillar had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. A life and death attack had arrived once again. He Mu, you really look down on this old man. Allow this old man to see just what kind of ability this death spirit poison of yours has. He Mu's action of ignoring Qing Mu caused the fury in the latter's heart to soar. He immediately emitted a furious cry. The empty space outside of the barrier instantly broke apart. An old man wearing an emerald long robe also appeared in an instant. The old man had already waved his large sleeves when his body appeared. An extremely frightening Do Chi instantly shot out. It tore through the empty space and headed towards the dark black energy light pillar to intercept it. TSK, old fellow, your opponent is me. It is best that you do not meddle in that place. He Mu laughed when he saw this. His distorted body, however, was blasted. His attack was blasted by Qing Mu's attack. Immediately, it turned into 2 dark black energy barriers, which blocked old Luo and Qing Mu. The expressions of the 2 involuntarily changed when they saw this. Given their understanding of He Mu, this action of He Mu's had clearly unleashed all his strength. This battle of his was really a fight with his back against the wall. However, there was something that the two of them did not quite understand. What confidence did He Mu have to successfully block the two of them when the two of them were to join hands? If he were to fail, the result would not be as simple as just being injured. This strength that he had only recovered after enduring for 1,000 years would likely turn into nothing at this moment. It was difficult to guess whether He Mu's actions were because he was completely confident or if he was really going all out. A solemn feeling rose in the hearts of old Luo and Qin Mu as they thought in this manner. No matter how one put it, such a powerful evil tiger was still not to be underestimated even if it was struggling on the brink of death. After all, they were old demons who had lived for 1,000 years. Their strength was not something that they had trained for nothing. In the face of certain hidden dangers, they were even more sensitive than those members of the younger generation who only had strength. This was also one of the secret methods that allowed them to survive in this world. The two of them exchanged glances with each other. They were indeed worthy of being old friends who had known each other for many years. They nodded gently. In the next moment, a wave of turbulent Do Qi instantly surged out from their palms and violently attacked the dark black barrier in front of them. At the same time, the dark black energy light pillar that was violently shooting toward Xiao Yan once again attacked. A dense, deathly aura once again attacked Xiao Yan's heart. The moment of death had once again descended. Unfortunately, this time around, even though old Luo and Qin Mu wanted to save her, they were unable to break through the barrier in front of them within a short period of time due to He Mu's all-out obstruction. Even with their strength, they were unable to break through the barrier in front of them. Hence, they could only watch as Xiao Yan was swallowed by the dark black light pillar with their own eyes. The anxiety in their hearts was of no help. Bang! Another explosion sounded. Shock once again rose in old Luo's and Qin Mu's eyes. Xiao Yan, who had been violently struck by the dark black energy light pillar, did not move at all. The deathly aura on the light pillar did not cause the slightest harm to Xiao Yan. If one were to carefully observe, the dark black energy light pillar that should have violently struck Xiao Yan's body was blocked by an extremely overbearing strength at this moment. It paused in the space a couple of feet in front of Xiao Yan. It was unable to advance even a little further. At this moment, the space around Xiao Yan's body was filled with many different colored fire light pillars. The fire light pillars carried an aura that permeated the sky as they penetrated the sky. The dazzling light pierced through the empty space and pierced the core of the endless empty space. Its aura was like a rainbow. These fire light pillars were all the heavenly flames within Xiao Yan's body. While Xiao Yan was in a nearly unconscious state, these heavenly flames, which usually appeared to be completely silent, finally began to move on their own. In the sky, old Luo and Qin Mu instantly understood in their hearts when they saw these magnificent, heavenly flames. At the same time, some envy involuntarily rose in their hearts. TSK, a heavenly flame protecting its owner. It is really rare to see. Although they are all seed flames, it does not mean that they will not transform into their original bodies in the future. This brat's future potential is really frightening. Those who were chosen by the heavenly flame were all true geniuses in the world. With the protection of the heavenly flame, one's future would be limitless. However, today, Xiao Yan was not only chosen by the heavenly flame, but was also viewed as a true emperor by the heavenly flame. He was respected by all the heavenly flames in the world. Xiao Yan's future achievements were unimaginable. Old Luo's face was filled with amazement when he saw Xiao Yan being surrounded by all the heavenly flames. He once again sighed emotionally in his heart. At the same time, the importance of Xiao Yan in his heart had once again increased. On the other side, Qin Mu's eyes also revealed an astonished expression as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was treated like an emperor by the heavenly flames. The shock in his heart was difficult to describe with words. Even these old fellows, who had lived for thousands of years, could not help but curse such a person in their hearts. While the two of them were stunned by this scene of Xiao Yan, He Mu, who had transformed into a dark black energy barrier, also took in everything in his eyes. When he saw this scene, even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. Xiao Yan's talent was truly the greatest in this world that he had seen in the past 10,000 years. 10,000 flames worshipping him. This was the first time since ancient times that he had seen such a scene. However, the more this was so, the greater the threat that Xiao Yan posed to him. If he was unable to kill Xiao Yan today, it was likely that Xiao Yan would become his greatest calamity in the future. With this thought, a thought passed through He Mu's mind. Another thought was instantly transmitted out. That enormous black beast once again moved. Humph! It is merely a heavenly flame protecting its master. I don't believe that you can endure a few more times. Bang! After a dark black energy light pillar was broken, an even thicker energy light pillar arrived one after another. It repeatedly smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier, causing the fire on the heavenly flame barrier to erupt once again. Although that group of heavenly flames still did not cause any harm to Xiao Yan under this wild and violent attack, the frightening aura from earlier had already fallen by 100,000 feet. The originally solid, heavenly flame barrier gradually trembled under this wild and violent attack. The firelight that lingered in the sky also dimmed. The heavenly flame, protecting its master, was ultimately only able to block for a moment. Once this heavenly flame barrier was broken, it would be the time of Xiao Yan's death. The two elders in the sky also instantly became clear-headed while the attacks continued to smash down. After clearly understanding the current situation, they no longer dared to be stingy. The Do Qi within their bodies completely erupted. One after another, frightening Do skills were repeatedly unleashed. Frightening strength continued to pour onto the dark black energy barrier in front of them, causing the dark aura on it to continuously weaken. It was likely that it would not be long before this energy barrier was completely broken by the combined strength of these two people. In an instant, the group of heavenly flames that surrounded Xiao Yan's body had already been mostly scattered under the wild and violent attacks by the two parties. The final remaining defense around Xiao Yan's body was also about to be shattered. Xiao Yan was in imminent danger. Chapter 162. Bang! An explosive bang sounded from the space in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's final defense had also disappeared with a bang at this moment. When one looked at the terrifying dark black energy light pillar again, its aura did not diminish. It overbearingly tore apart the empty space in front of it, following which a heavy attack suddenly poured down toward Xiao Yan's chest. If this attack were to hit, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly die. Old Luo in the sky saw this scene. His elderly face was immediately replaced by a deep anxiety. The veins on his forehead were exposed. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart at this moment. His shriveled hand was clenched into a fist. Turbulent and surging Do Qi repeatedly poured out and violently smashed into the black-colored barrier in front of him. However, the hope in his heart did not appear even after a long time. Everything appeared so late and so powerless. When one looked at Xiao Yan again, the exhaustion of the Do Qi within his body caused him to completely descend into a deep slumber. The current him could be said to be the weakest he had ever been. In this kind of condition, it was likely that even a one-star doge would be able to kill him, much less this frightening dark black energy light pillar. Qi, the result of the dark black energy light pillar violently smashing onto Xiao Yan's body, was merely a soft, muffled Qi sound. When this somewhat unexpected sound was emitted, the hearts of everyone in the sky, including He Mu, who had transformed into a barrier, involuntarily stiffened. All of them were extremely shocked by this unexpected result. Just how many peerless treasures did this guy have on him? He actually bombarded their hearts again and again. At this moment, even He Mu's heart felt like it was about to spit fire. If it was someone else, even if they really had some life-saving treasure, it would be fine if they attacked 2 or 3 times. Why was there no end to it? Amidst the waves of faint chi-chi sounds, the dark black energy light pillar that ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Yan's body once again scattered. A huge flaming ruler that was covered in mysterious dark black lines slowly appeared in the sky. In the next moment, Elder Luo and Qing Mu, who were high up in the sky, were startled by this huge flaming ruler. This was another Dharma treasure that Xiao Yan used to protect his life. Was it this huge ruler that was formed from the heavenly flame? When this scene appeared, even the huge beast couldn't help but shake its huge head and look at it suspiciously. Clearly, even as a magical beast, it didn't dare to believe the scene in front of it. While everyone was in a daze, the strange dark black lines on the huge fire ruler began to wiggle at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were just like an assembly line that swiftly covered the entire huge ruler. In front of the three strange eyes, this large fire ruler had completely turned into a dark black color in merely a moment. Even the fiercely burning heavenly flame on it had been completely covered by it. The large dark black ruler did not possess the slightest luster. Its empty black color seemed to have originated from the true core of the endless void. It devoured everything and was merciless. Even the Daoist light was completely devoured by it. All matter that came before it could only end up being devoured. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the elderly face of Guyu, who was observing everything in the outside world from within Xiaoyan's body, when the huge ruler appeared. However, this surprise quickly turned into a soft laugh. His deep eyes penetrated Xiaoyan's body and looked at the endless empty space. His mouth softly muttered to himself, "There is no need to worry about this." He muttered to himself, "It is unexpected that you would actually do such a thing to him after merely 10 years of restraint. Han Tiandi back then was not like this. Haha, I wonder if it is because he helped you become an emperor or you have really changed." The hearts of the three people in the sky were instantly filled with endless shock when they saw this scene. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that a small Xiaoyan would actually attract such a powerful and frightening person. Just who was this little fellow with frightening talent? A pair of dark black eyes slowly opened deep within the endless void while the huge ruler was being wrapped by pure darkness. An unknown light flashed across the bottom of the eyes. Soon after, they were once again shut. The surrounding space had once again returned to silence. Roar! Wild and violent beast roars reverberated endlessly like waves of thunder, causing the sky to involuntarily tremble. After the roar sounded, the huge pitch-black beast opened its mouth. A wild and ferocious suction force tore through the entire sky like a tornado, causing the surrounding space to continuously emit waves of explosive sounds. The endless space continued to explode under the might of the suction force. Immediately, the natural energy in the world turned into many frightening energy pillars that were as thick as an arm. All of them poured into the huge beast's mouth, accumulating sufficient strength for its next attack. Soon after, a terrifying aura that was many times stronger than before swiftly spread from the huge beast's mouth. It caused the entire empty space to appear as though it was being crushed by Mount Tai. If this attack was to be unleashed, it was likely that even Xiaoyan at his peak condition would have difficulty enduring for an instant. One could imagine just how frightening this attack was. Even though this was the case, the huge ruler, which had already turned into a dark black color, remained unmoved. It quietly floated in front of Xiaoyan and completely blocked him behind it. This stupefied action caused the huge beast to immediately become furious. With a furious roar, the suction force from its mouth suddenly increased dramatically. The natural energy in the surroundings were all sucked into its mouth. After an instant, the huge beast's body suddenly trembled. Soon after, it widened its large mouth, and a frightening energy pillar that was several times larger than its body instantly shot out. It pierced through the empty space and ruthlessly smashed against the huge dark black ruler the instant it erupted. However, in the next instant, the entire world once again turned deathly silent. Even the three people high up in the sky had become completely silent. Their minds were all stunned by the scene before their eyes. After that frightening energy pillar that was 100,000 feet wide smashed against the huge ruler, it appeared as though it had entered an endless abyss. Even after it was completely devoured, it did not cause the slightest ripple on the huge ruler. At this moment, the few people present were all stunned. It was difficult for them to imagine that the frightening energy beam that was capable of instantly killing a 5-star half-martial emperor would be completely neutralized by the enormous ruler before it could even display the slightest bit of power. Of course, given the experience of the three people above, They were naturally aware that the nihility-devouring flame could devour everything. This small energy light pillar was merely a small manifestation of its strength. With this person's help, it was likely that no one would be able to touch Xiaoyan today. The space deep within Xiaoyan's body was transformed beside Guyu. A somewhat indifferent voice was slowly transmitted into Guyu's ears. Treat today's matter as me repaying him for helping me ascend to the throne. After today, I will no longer interfere with his life or death. As for now, treat this power as me temporarily lending it to him. Tell him that when we meet again in the future, I will take it back with double. An incomparably powerful pure Do Qi suddenly charged into Xiaoyan's body after his voice sounded. In merely an instant, the Do Qi within Xiaoyan's body had once again recovered to its peak. Even though this was the case, the frightening Do Qi was still incomparably vast and mighty. It continued to attack Xiaoyan's physical body. The vast space within the vortex, which had already been filled to the brim, began to tremble intensely at this moment. The surging pure Do Qi caused every cell in Xiaoyan's body to be filled to the brim. The slight tremor was just like the fury of a mountain, causing the space around Xiaoyan to continuously collapse. In merely a moment, Xiaoyan's body appeared like a bloated balloon from the outside. His originally ordinary body was just like an enormous magical beast at this moment. At this moment, Xiaoyan's skin appeared swollen red. Numerous bright red glaring crack lines covered Xiaoyan's body. Large amounts of fresh blood surged out, turning Xiaoyan into a blood person. Looking from a distance, he appeared quite frightening. His originally delicate and handsome face had become unusually protruding at this moment. The skin on his forehead had completely cracked and turned into a scarlet color. The heavenly flame within his brilliant flaming eyes had already scattered. What remained was a cluster of strange pitch black. The waves of heart-piercing pain that were transmitted from his body also caused the unconscious Xiaoyan to instantly wake up. After feeling the pain on his body, even with Xiaoyan's character, he involuntarily emitted a hoarse, painful moan. However, this action of his did not reduce the pain that was transmitted from his body by even a little. This strange scene also caused the three people in the sky to be stunned. When they sensed the incomparably overbearing aura within Xiaoyan's body, they immediately seemed to have thought of something. The expressions on old Luo's and Qing Mu's faces instantly became excited. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan was about to self-destruct. Although the self-destruction of a Bandi expert could be completely ignored by them, old Luo's heart was currently not considering this. The only thing he was thinking about was Xiaoyan's life and death. If Xiaoyan was alive, they would have quite a lot of confidence in dealing with He Mu. However, if Xiaoyan was dead, He Mu was likely no longer someone that they could suppress. Although He Mu had been suppressed by Luo Ao 1,000 years ago, he had still ended up with a seriously injured body. From this, one could see that He Mu's strength definitely far surpassed Luo Ao's. This point could be seen from how He Mu had forcefully blocked the combined attack of Luo Ao and Qing Mu. Although this method would cause He Mu to enter a weakened state, it was still enough to see how extraordinary he was. Given He Mu's ability, even if he was suppressed here, he still had the confidence after 1,000 years of preparation. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. A tiger that had fallen to the plains was ultimately still a tiger. Once he used his full strength, even Luo Ao and Qing Mu would have difficulty suppressing him. Today's battle would definitely be the end of the grudge between the three of them. That endpoint was this little Bandi who had just barged in, Xiaoyan. He Mu was indeed worthy of being a true antique from 10,000 years ago. With his eyesight, he was able to tell at a glance that Xiaoyan was not self-destructing at this moment. Instead, it was caused by the strength that had suddenly appeared within his body. However, the more this was the case, the more worried He Mu felt in his heart. First, it was the seed flame of all the heavenly flames. Then, it was the essence flame of the bone-chilling flame. Now, there was a wisp of the essence flame of the nihility-devouring flame. Moreover, there was this indescribably pure Do Qi. The threat that Xiaoyan posed to him could not be described with words. If Xiaoyan did not die today, It was likely that this matter of failing miserably at such an easy task would land on his head. He Mu let out a cold snort as this thought flashed across his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and he controlled the frightening large beast that was agglomerated from the death spirit poison. The deathly aura around its body swiftly gathered. An extremely dense deathly aura also spread. It widened its large mouth, and a black fog-like energy pillar was instantly spat out of its mouth. It was accompanied by a frightening deathly aura that could destroy everything as it suddenly attacked Xiaoyan. The enormous body of the large beast suddenly moved when the energy pillar was shot out. It tore through the empty space, bypassed the large dark black ruler, and swallowed Xiaoyan's back. At this moment, Xiaoyan's body was on the verge of exploding. His wildly protruding eyeballs appeared as though they were about to fall out. Adding the fresh blood all over his body, it caused Xiaoyan to appear even more frightening. Both of Xiaoyan's wildly protruding eyes allowed him to absorb the scenery of the entire sky into his eyes. However, the current him did not have the mood to consider all of this. All he knew was that if he continued to maintain his current condition, he would be swallowed by the large beast above his head in the next moment. Even at this moment, the large black ruler that was suspended in front of Xiaoyan still did not move. It seemed that he could no longer rely on his only life-saving straw. Feeling helpless, Xiaoyan hurriedly called out to Gu Yu in his heart. He hoped that this stubborn old man would attack again. However, even Gu Yu did not seem to have any intention of attacking this time around. Regardless of how many times Xiaoyan roared in his heart, there was still no response. Everything that followed would depend on Xiaoyan himself. Whether he lived or died would all depend on the will of the heavens. In the next moment, the black fog that was filled with deathly aura instantly swallowed Xiaoyan. Soon after, the large head of the large beast swallowed downwards. Xiaoyan was once again swallowed by this frightening thing. Chapter 163. Ha! Suddenly, an explosive cry that pierced through the 9 heavens was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. Soon after, a wave of extremely powerful Do-Chi ripples suddenly spread from its mouth. The violent attack caused its large mouth, which was about to close, to pause at this moment. In the next moment, rays of dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from his mouth and illuminated the 9 provinces. There was even a faint dragon roar in the light, and its aura was extraordinary. King Kong glass body. Bastard, get lost for me. With an explosive roar, the large mouth of the enormous beast, which had yet to close, was abruptly opened in an uncontrollable manner. A golden giant suddenly stood in the sky. The moment the huge beast was forcefully pushed aside, the huge fist of the golden giant came crashing down. A huge fist that could shatter mountains and rivers ruthlessly smashed against the huge beast's head. Get lost for me. The wild and ferocious fist aura caused the space around it to swiftly shrink. Only when the enormous fist descended on the head of the enormous beast did the extremely condensed energy suddenly erupt. Bang! A frightening sound that was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb caused the entire space to completely disappear at this moment. The originally natural and harmonious sound was instantly swept out, causing the energy barrier that covered the entire mountain forest to tremble intensely at this moment. The enormous head of the enormous beast suddenly became like a pile of disgusting mud when the punch landed. Not only was that domineering-looking black horn instantly shattered by this punch, but even half of its head was forcefully blasted off. However, before this bastard could do anything, Xiaoyan, who had transformed into a golden giant, suddenly waved his large hand behind him. A ray of light flashed and the large ruler once again returned to his hand. When the giant ruler entered his hand, it was like a dagger. Its large size caused the giant ruler to appear much smaller and smaller. Xiaoyan did not pause even a little because of the strange feeling in his hand. Once the large ruler entered his hand, he suddenly began to wildly smash the enormous beast in front of him. Numerous dark black viscous liquid continuously splashed out and fell down. Bang! 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 Under Xiaoyan's wild and violent punch after punch, the enormous beast, which had an overbearing appearance earlier, had completely turned into a pile of mud at this moment. It did not have any ability to retaliate. Bang! The final punch. The remaining dark black viscous liquid was suddenly blasted apart by Xiao Yan's punch. The golden light scattered and Xiao Yan's hand once again grasped the hilt of the ruler. A familiar feeling seeped into his heart. However, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on his two palms. Due to the long period of violent smashing, balls of dark black strange viscous liquid had stuck to Xiao Yan's palms. Xiao Yan did not pay much attention to it when he was violently smashing it previously. Now that he saw it, Xiao Yan could clearly feel waves of piercing pain swiftly spreading under his palms that were covered by the dark black viscous liquid. Through some of his exposed skin, Xiao Yan could see that his palms had already completely turned into a grayish-black color. Furrowing his eyebrows, Xiao Yan looked at the dark black viscous liquid. The words that came out of his mouth were somewhat astonished. This thing is actually able to penetrate my heavenly flame defense and invade my body with poison. Looks like it is going to be troublesome. Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his hand. Due to the poison, a numb feeling was transmitted into his heart when he clenched his hand. The brilliant heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body also emitted a puff sound as it rose from Xiao Yan's palm at this moment. The hot heavenly flame was just like a butcher slaughtering meat as it ferociously burned the dark black viscous liquid on his hand. However, regardless of how Xiao Yan's heavenly flame burned, the dark black viscous liquid that adhered to Xiao Yan's palm was completely unaffected. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame had little effect on it. It was so weak that it could be ignored. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned even deeper when he saw this. His eyes randomly glanced over. The dark black viscous liquid on his hand, which was holding the huge ruler, swiftly withdrew and turned into nothingness. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately brightened when he saw this scene. He was naturally aware of the thing on this huge ruler. What else could it be other than the nihility-devouring flame? At this moment, the strength of the nihility-devouring flame had also been fully displayed. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His clenched hand was once again spread open. Soon after, it slammed onto the huge ruler. The deep hollow huge ruler shook slightly and a circular invisible ripple spread. Xiao Yan's hand was nearly swallowed by it. The moment Xiao Yan's hand made contact with the huge ruler, a dark black hot flame immediately pounced over and vaporized the dark black viscous liquid. Xiao Yan's hand also returned to normal. Black flame, thank you very much. Xiao Yan suddenly spat out a word of thanks as he gently touched the familiar dark black flame on the huge ruler. Soon after, the aura all over Xiao Yan's body once again shook. His foot stepped on the empty air, causing the ground below to instantly form a deep pit. Xiao Yan's body also instantly rose. He held the huge ruler in his hand and charged towards the black barrier in the sky. High in the sky, old Luo watched Xiao Yan charge over explosively. His old face also revealed a relaxed smile. He swept his gaze over the barrier in front of him, which was becoming increasingly dim, and laughed coldly. Looks like your death spirit poison has been destroyed in this manner. In that case, it will be your turn next, Blackwood. At the end of his words, the expression on old Luo's face suddenly became ruthless. At the same time, his shriveled hand suddenly struck out. Its strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than a man-class high-level Do technique. In fact, it might even surpass it. However, the result this time around was different from before. The thing that received old Luo's palm was a dark black arm that was agglomerated from black fog. The two made contact and a wild and violent Do Chi storm instantly swept out, causing the empty space within a 10,000-kilometer radius to suddenly shatter at this moment. The originally deep and endless empty space appeared even more empty. Under this firm and violent attack of old Luo, the dark black arm also began to tremble intensely at this moment. The dark black glow on it also became increasingly dim. Humph! Break for me! With a cold snort, old Luo's arm suddenly shook. Firm and violent Do Chi followed the Chi paths in his body and instantly surged to his palm. Immediately, his palm pushed forward with great force and a frightening Do Chi instantly shot out. Under this attack, the dark black arm was completely scattered. Following which, it slowly scattered and turned into a thin fog. The thin fog scattered with the wind and a somewhat weak cold laughter was slowly emitted. TSK. Do you really think that this death spirit poison is so easy to deal with? How can a mere bandit be killed? Bang. The voice had just sounded when Xiaoyan, whose body was still in midair, was suddenly sent flying by a thick black figure. A wild and violent force completely invaded Xiaoyan's body like a volcanic eruption, causing the dou qi within Xiaoyan's body to be scattered by this attack. The various qi paths and bones within his body had suffered quite a serious injury, if it were not for the protection of the heavenly flame armor on the surface of Xiaoyan's body and the protection of the heavenly flame within his body. In addition to the strength of his physical body, it was likely that just this attack would have caused him to be seriously injured. The powerful force caused Xiaoyan's body to be completely out of control. The sharp sound of rushing wind caused the skin all over his body to appear as though it had been cut by a knife. Waves of tearing pain were transmitted as his body instantly fell like a falling star, violently smashing deep into the ground. In merely a moment, a small half of this world had already been smashed into ruins. Puff! Xiaoyan's body lay flat at the bottom of the deep pit. The heavenly flame armor on the surface of his body had also completely scattered at this moment. At the same time that the armor scattered, Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The aura all over his body had also suddenly fallen to the bottom. His face, which had recovered a little redness, had instantly turned pale. Xiaoyan's eyelids trembled slightly as he lifted them slightly. The enormous beast, which had been forcefully blasted apart by him earlier, had once again appeared in his sight. A pair of large beast eyes were staring at Xiaoyan, who had been smashed into the ruins at this moment. Its entire body suddenly shook. Immediately, it widened its large mouth and a sharp wind light pillar instantly attacked. Damn it, it is really like a ghost that refuses to disperse, Xiaoyan cursed quietly in his heart. He forcefully supported his body and held the enormous ruler with one hand. The dou qi in his body that had been blasted out also swiftly agglomerated. Seeing the swiftly approaching dou qi light pillar, Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly. A heavenly flame suddenly appeared deep within his pupils. The hand that was holding the ruler's hilt was also clenched. A force gathered and the enormous ruler, which was inserted deep into the ground, was slowly lifted. Although he had been smashed down by one blow, Xiaoyan relied on his strong physique to forcefully ignore that little injury. At this moment, the blood in Xiaoyan's body was at the very most churning slightly. After all, it was a sneak attack. Even if his physique was strong, he would not treat it as if nothing had happened. Pooey! After spitting out the bloody sweetness in his mouth, Xiaoyan's entire body suddenly shook. The pain on the surface of his body was also completely eliminated. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler also suddenly exerted force, pulling it out from the ground and placing it horizontally in front of his chest. Bastard, since you refuse to disperse like a ghost, I will beat you until your soul disperses. With a stern cry, Xiaoyan's left arm suddenly shook. His palm was widened and a heavenly flame suddenly spluttered out, wrapping around Xiaoyan's entire left arm. Heavenly flame, eternal ancient ruler. The large, heavenly flame palm ruthlessly cut across the body of the ruler. The brilliant, heavenly flame instantly lit up the entire ruler, appearing just like a bright star. The aura on it also suddenly soared. The large ruler also became increasingly large at this moment. In merely an instant, it had turned into 1,000 feet wide ruler that towered over the sky. At the same time, Xiaoyan also let out an explosive cry. Bright golden light instantly flashed on the surface of his body. His entire body also soared with the wind. An extremely overbearing King Kong aura also spread, causing everything in this place to appear as though it was being pressed down by a mountain of gold. The might of the King Kong glass body was undoubtedly displayed. The enormous golden palm tightly gripped the enormous ruler. A thunder-like roar transformed into numerous substance-like sound waves that were suddenly emitted. Heavenly flame. Eternal ruler. The frightening sound wave caused the dou qi light pillar that was shooting over to involuntarily pause in midair at this moment. The frightening dou qi on it was scattered a little. Soon after, Xiaoyan, who had transformed into a King Kong giant, suddenly swung the enormous ruler in his hand behind him. A frightening ruler glow that blotted out the sun instantly shot out, covering the entire empty space. The frightening ruler glow with a might that permeated the sky swept out in an instant. The Daoist light pillar that was heading toward him did not even have the chance to resist for an instant before it was destroyed in an extremely easy manner. The strength on the ruler glow did not reduce even a little. The moment the Daoist light pillar was destroyed, it had already penetrated the body of the enormous beast. The dense white flames completely wrapped around the enormous beast. The frightening might of the heavenly flame completely incinerated it. In merely a moment, this enormous beast, which was still awe-inspiring earlier, would be turned into nothingness. Even though this was the case, the ruler glow that reached the sky still charged toward the black barrier in the sky without any reduction in its might. If this attack were to hit, the already exhausted black would definitely scatter. All of the danger today would also be completely eliminated. Xiaoyan stopped in front of the enormous beast as the ruler glow streaked across the sky. He looked at the enormous beast that was still churning and struggling. Xiaoyan coldly snorted. His two large hands clenched in the air and dozens of exquisite fire lotuses appeared out of nowhere. Humph, treat this as my final great gift to you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to step into the advanced 3-star half-martial emperor level today. Xiaoyan's enormous body suddenly flashed after his words sounded. He disappeared from this empty space. The dozens of fire lotuses continued to bombard the enormous beast. At this moment, the black barrier in the sky once again began to move. Numerous dark black light pillars continued to appear out of nowhere and shot toward the ruler glow that reached the sky. Although this caused the light on the barrier to become so dim that it was negligible, the result was that the ruler glow that reached the sky was stopped in the sky, causing it to be unable to advance even an inch. Xiaoyan's body flashed and appeared in the sky. He looked at the ruler glow that had been blocked and knew in his heart that the strength of this attack was sufficient to cause black wood to completely descend into a low state. After all, the strength of a heavenly flame was not something that could be easily suppressed. Even though it was only a seed flame, this full-strength attack of Xiaoyan's was sufficient to cause Blackwood to suffer quite a serious injury. Therefore, this attack absolutely could not be blocked. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth and a ruthless expression flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand and countless medicinal pills soared into the sky. They transformed into a heavenly screen that covered a large area of the empty space. Soon after, Xiaoyan's enormous mouth violently sucked. The natural energy and the tens of thousands of medicinal pills were all swallowed by Xiaoyan into his stomach. An extremely wild and violent energy rapidly gathered within Xiaoyan's body. Roar! An explosive roar sounded as a wild and violent energy gushed out. The rich pill fragrance transformed into a cluster of mist that covered the entire empty space. As he sensed the increasingly wild and violent energy within his body, Xiaoyan's enormous palms crossed and spread apart in front of his chest. Soon after, the spiritual energy in his mind poured out like a torrent and wrapped around Xiaoyan's palms. At the same time, an almost invisible energy rapidly gathered in Xiaoyan's palms. Specks of silver light also gathered in front of Xiaoyan's chest and formed a faintly discernible wormhole. However, with Xiaoyan's current strength, he was unable to casually open it. Therefore, this wormhole appeared to be extremely unstable. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan could not be bothered with so much. He did not have much time to consolidate this dog fart wormhole. At this moment, all of his strength was placed on the two palms in front of his chest. He wanted to rely on all of his strength to forcefully tear open this empty wormhole. At this moment, in the space behind Xiaoyan, the almost shattered figure of a huge beast appeared once again. This beast was actually unable to die under Xiaoyan's frightening bombardment. It was really a cockroach that could not be killed. Although Xiaoyan sensed that the terrifying beast behind him was once again following him, he did not have the time to care about it. Due to the great force exerted by his enormous palms, his golden body could not help but crack open. Under such great force, The space in front of Xiaoyan was finally slowly torn apart. However, even so, he was still a distance away from that step. Damn it! Open for me! With a stern cry, the space in front of Xiaoyan was suddenly torn apart by a powerful force. Immediately, it was swallowed by the wormhole in front of the huge beast's somewhat stunned eyes. It was also at the same time that the frightening ruler glow from Ling Tian suddenly disappeared at this moment. Those frightening Do Qi light pillars penetrated through the air after losing their target and shot down. Finally, they destroyed the enormous beast that was already in an extremely battered state with a single strike. In the next instant, under He Mu's frightening gaze, Ling Tian's ruler glow violently smashed against the dark black barrier. Coupled with the frightening might of old Luo and Qing Mu, the black-colored barrier, which had endured for a long time, finally shattered with a bang. Xiaoyan's figure appeared in the empty space. However, the current Xiaoyan had already returned to his original size. His eyes revealed shock as they swept over the space where the enormous beast was located. Immediately, he bitterly smiled and softly said with a cold laugh, "What a pity! I did not expect a beast like you to have such a tenacious life force. However, what I did not expect was that you would actually die in the hands of your owner. How sad!" The dark black barrier shattered with a bang. As the black fog wiggled, He Mu's blurry figure once again appeared. However, at this moment, He Mu's body was many times weaker than before. The dim black fog around his body could even vaguely penetrate through it, allowing one to see the somewhat illusionary body within. Humph! He Mu, you did not expect that all your efforts would be for naught in the end. Your 1,000-year plan will end here today. Old Luo coldly laughed. His sharp eyes contained a killing intent that could not be removed. This fellow had caused quite a lot of trouble for Luo Ao over the past 1,000 years. He had long wanted to eliminate He Mu as soon as possible. Today, this wish of his could finally be fulfilled. Upon hearing old Luo's words, Qing Mu on the other side nodded his head heavily. He and old Luo were close friends. He Mu's actions were greatly related to old Luo. Naturally, he was quite happy to be able to eliminate this demon. TSK, I never expected that my 1,000-year plan would be destroyed by a human brat like you just as I was about to succeed. However, this does not matter. If 1,000 years is not enough, can I do it for another 1,000 years? I have already spent 10,000 years. 1,000 years is nothing. He Mu coldly laughed when he heard old Luo's words. He ignored old Luo and turned his gaze toward Xiaoyan. A strange glint actually flashed within his empty eyes. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. Could it be that this He Mu still had some secret moves that he had not used? Chapter 164. Xiaoyan, old Luo, and Qing Mu formed a three-way encirclement high up in the sky, surrounding He Mu in the middle. Their faces revealed a dense expression. Old Luo and Qing Mu exchanged glances with each other. They glanced at the somewhat weak aura of Xiaoyan. Surprise involuntarily flashed across their eyes. He had seen Xiaoyan's earlier attack. The Great Void Dao was something that many people dreamed of being able to control. Although the current Xiaoyan could only be considered to have a superficial understanding of it, as long as he had such a good start, it was only a matter of time before he completely mastered it in the future. Old Luo merely glanced once before his gaze shifted away from Xiaoyan's body. Immediately, his eyes turned ruthless. His gaze was extremely icy as he stared at He Mu in the middle of the three of them. He Mu's increasingly dim body wiggled for a moment when he sensed old Luo's dense gaze. His face gradually solidified, revealing a somewhat familiar old face. The corner of his mouth was lifted, revealing a playful smile. An icy killing intent instantly surfaced on old Luo's old face when he saw this scene. His shriveled hand clenched in the air. Surging Do Qi spluttered out and agglomerated into a crimson sharp long sword. The tip of the sword was pointed and the sound of air being split apart appeared. Immediately, the body of the sword paused and was level with He Mu's head. The crimson edge of the sword emitted a soul-stirring icy cold aura. He Mu, you are merely a wisp of remnant spirit. You should let go of what you should. This era no longer belongs to you. Old Luo's eyes were icy cold as he stared at He Mu. The aura all over his body was like a sharp sword that cut through the empty air and charged to the sky. This caused waves of clear thunder-like sword cries to involuntarily be emitted from 100,000 feet high up in the sky. Xiao Yan's and Qing Mu's gazes landed on He Mu's old face after Old Luo's words sounded. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw that shriveled old face. His eyes involuntarily looked to Qing Mu on the opposite side. At this moment, the face that He Mu had transformed into was exactly the same as Qing Mu's face. When Qing Mu saw the expression on He Mu's face, a sorrowful expression involuntarily appeared on his aged face. However, it was quickly replaced by a deep murderous intent. He Mu, don't be so stubborn. It's been a few thousand years. All the resentment should have been resolved long ago. Don't be controlled by those filthy things anymore. My ginseng spirit clan should also leave the secular world. This world isn't suitable for us. In the end, the endless murderous intent was exchanged for a deep sigh and advice. This caused Xiao Yan, an outsider, to feel increasingly confused. However, there was one thing that he could tell. The grudge between them had likely been planted a few thousand years ago. He was merely the fuse. Today, he would settle this 1,000-year grudge once and for all. He Mu's old face revealed an extremely rare helpless expression when he heard the advice within Qing Mu's words. That's right. The 1,000-year grudge should have been resolved long ago. Although it has been delayed until today, it is ultimately still ashes to ashes. Old Luo involuntarily frowned when he heard He Mu's sudden change. The long sword in his hand slowly relaxed. When Xiao Yan heard these words, his delicate and handsome eyebrows furrowed even deeper. This sudden 360-degree change caused him to feel that it was a little strange. However, a weariness was revealed on Qing Mu's elderly face in response to this. He deeply exhaled a breath of air, and his entire body suddenly relaxed. Everything that had happened until today was finally going to have a good ending. It was time for this world to be sealed. However, in the next moment, He Mu's somewhat hoarse voice was once again emitted just as Qing Mu had completely relaxed. Ashes to ashes. Earth may not return to earth. In order to end all of this, Qing Mu, I will have to trouble you to suffer. Before Qing Mu's voice sounded, waves of dark black energy swiftly spread from the countless number of roots deep within the ground below. They swiftly wrapped around the deepest part of the space. At the same time, the expression on Qing Mu's face changed drastically. He lifted his hand and pointed at He Mu. However, He Mu let out a dark and cold laugh. His body moved and he actually ruthlessly charged towards Qing Mu's body. Soon after, he pounced into Qing Mu's body in front of Xiao Yan's shocked eyes. Ah! You! A wild and ferocious black aura instantly wrapped around Qing Mu's body. He Mu's figure once again appeared in his mind. Waves of turbulent black aura swiftly spread out and merged into every inch of Qing Mu's body, completely fusing with it. Qing Mu, after sleeping for 1,000 years, did you really think that I was not prepared for you? I really have to thank you for helping me nourish this body for so long. However, from now on, it belongs to me. Xiao Yan's body swiftly retreated while he looked at Qing Mu, whose tone had suddenly changed. His eyebrows deeply furrowed. From the looks of it, Qing Mu's body had been forcefully seized by He Mu. When old Luo saw this scene, an ice-cold killing intent suddenly rose on his old face. The long sword in his hand rotated and the long sword streaked across the space in front of him. A sharp sword aura suddenly shot out and shot towards Qing Mu. Qing Mu did not show any intention of dodging in the face of this attack. His body did not move. He looked at the sword aura that shot over and softly laughed. What do you want? Come at me if you wish to kill me. I will stand here and allow you to kill me. I want to see whether I will die first or the owner of this body will die first. This cold laughter was like a basin of cold water being poured over old Luo's head. Old Luo clenched his teeth and the sharp sword aura, which had already arrived in front of Qing Mu, suddenly scattered. Old Luo suddenly waved his right hand in his fury. He violently threw the long sword in his hand. His face carried a furious expression as he looked at Qing Mu opposite him. Murderous intent surged within his eyes. Qing Mu coldly laughed upon seeing this. He was aware that old Luo had already been restrained. Hence, he ignored him. Instead, he turned his eyes and looked at Xiao Yan, who was swiftly withdrawing. At this moment, Xiao Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The dou qi that he had just recovered had been completely exhausted when he tore open the empty space earlier. Even at the final critical moment, he had relied on Gu Yu's attack in order to unleash it. At this moment, the King Kong glass body had already scattered. Just this body alone was unable to endure the torment of this fellow. Xiao Yan also looked over when he sensed He Mu's gaze being shot over. With a glance, Xiao Yan's expression immediately became solemn. At this moment, the jade-green robes of this Qing Mu were covered by numerous mysterious dark black symbols. The jade-green dou qi on the surface of his body had also turned into a dark green color. A faint black aura lingered around Qing Mu. At this moment, he had completely turned into He Mu. There was not even the slightest shadow of the Qing Mu from before. TSK, human brat, you are really not bad. You possess such strength at such a young age. Even I must praise you on this point. In that case, thank you, elder, for your praise. Xiao Yan's body hurriedly withdrew while he stared at He Mu. His voice was indifferent as it was emitted from his mouth. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. I see that you are quite talented and wish to accept you as a disciple. Why don't you leave with me? Your future achievements will definitely not be limited to this. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He softly laughed and carefully said, Elder, thank you for your kindness. However, this junior has already acknowledged a master. In this lifetime, I will only have one master. I'm afraid that this junior will not have the fortune to enjoy elder's kindness. Why do you speak so much nonsense? Leave with me. No one will be able to save you today. He Mu was the first to lose his patience at this moment. From the faint black aura on his body, one could tell that he had not completely suppressed Qing Mu. After all, Qing Mu was still in a weakened state. If he did not recover quickly, it was likely that even he would not be able to endure for long. With a stern cry, He Mu waved his large sleeve. A dark green dou qi instantly shot out and broke through the air toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed drastically when he saw this. However, before he could react, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that the space around him had actually solidified in an instant. He had been fixed in the air and was unable to move even a little. TSK, you should leave with me. He Mu ferociously smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan. His body flashed and he had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His large hand clenched in the air and Xiao Yan's body was grabbed uncontrollably. He Mu, don't even think about taking him away. With the old me around, no one can touch him. Just as He Mu was about to grab Xiao Yan, old Luo's furious body once again appeared. He beckoned with his large hand and grabbed at Xiao Yan. TSK, is that so? In that case, I must capture him. If you wish to save him, you must first step over my body. He Mu laughed coldly when old Luo's words left his mouth. He once again emitted a cold snort from his mouth. His body flashed and he used it to block between old Luo and Xiao Yan. However, a struggling expression immediately surfaced in front of old Luo. Old Luo, it's me, Qing Mu. Old Luo looked at He Mu, whose expression was repeatedly changing. His heart was unable to differentiate whether this was He Mu or Qing Mu. Moreover, it was more of a struggle against him. Finally, the shriveled hand that was about to strike Qing Mu paused a couple of inches away. He knew that no matter what, it was impossible for him to kill He Mu today. Since this is the case, I shall leave first. I shall not accompany you. Xiao Yan could not avoid the fate of being captured amidst a strange laughter. His body entered the depths of the earth together with He Mu. On the other hand, old Luo could only struggle for a moment with a dejected face before leaving quietly. Chapter 165. In the depths of the earth, within a strange dark green space, two figures stood in the air. TSK, human brat, you have caused me to suffer quite a lot of injuries today. Logically speaking, given the taboo that you have violated today, I should dismember your body into 10,000 pieces and make you suffer all kinds of physical pain. After which, I will extract your soul and use these 10,000 evil spirits as the source to crush your soul. After which, I will leave behind a trace of your soul and place it in the soul-burning lamp to be refined for 1,000 years. He Mu controlled Xiao Yan's body with one hand, while his other hand was placed in front of his chest. His large palm slowly opened up, and a black light gathered at the center of his palm. Soon after, it transformed into a cluster of dark black spirit, which continuously twisted within his palm. Faintly, some mournful cries were quietly emitted, causing this strange spirit to cause one's hairs to stand on end. He Mu's hand casually played with the cluster of evil spirits in his palm, while his other hand, which was controlling Xiao Yan's body, casually waved. In the next instant, many thick dark green vines shot out from the space around Xiao Yan's body. They swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body, and tied him to a thick vine that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, He Mu's free hand clenched into the air, and a lamp that was burning with a strange flame appeared in He Mu's hand. When Xiao Yan saw this scene, his heart involuntarily trembled slightly, and the expression on his face instantly turned grave. It was likely that these two things were the so-called evil spirit source and soul-burning lamp that He Mu had mentioned earlier. Waves of strange dark and cold aura were emitted from the lamp, causing Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily shiver. Fear also surged from the depths of his soul. These things were truly top-class evil objects in this world. It was likely that even the most powerful person would unavoidably feel fear in his heart upon seeing these things that could torture one's soul, let alone Xiao Yan, whose strength was only at the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor. He Mu casually played with the two ancient objects in his hands. He glanced at Xiao Yan and saw the grave expression on Xiao Yan's face. A cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Soon after, he snorted softly and clenched both of his hands. A muffled sound was emitted from both of his hands. The cluster of evil spirits and the soul-burning lamp were blasted apart. Immediately after, He Mu once again turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan. Glancing sideways, a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes instantly stared at Xiao Yan. His cold gaze was filled with playfulness. When he sensed He Mu's sinister gaze, Xiao Yan instantly felt a throbbing in the depths of his soul. An icy chill also slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. At this moment, his pale face appeared to be completely void of blood. This He Mu was truly an old ghost that had lived for tens of thousands of years. His gaze was as if he had crawled out from the depths of hell. He Mu's somewhat gray face once again squeezed out a sinister smile. His shriveled hand gently lifted in the air. Dark green vines appeared out of nowhere and took shape in the air. However, your luck is really not bad. Although your strength is nothing much, your body's physique has been forcefully cultivated by you to such a terrifying level that even I feel ashamed of myself. Therefore, when his voice reached this point, He Mu's eyes slightly lifted. His gaze focused on Xiao Yan. Only then did he continue to speak with a sinister smile. I plan to refine you into a puppet. When He Mu's words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The skin at the corner of his eyes involuntarily trembled at this moment. In front of this 10,000-year-old demon, regardless of how strong Xiao Yan's willpower was, he still felt as if he had sunk into an endless hell. As the saying goes, one becomes shrewd with age. However, even if one were to call this He Mu an old demon, one would feel as if one was looking down on him. He Mu let out a cold laugh. A kind smile that appeared to be praising was revealed on He Mu's face. However, this caused the fear in Xiao Yan's heart to become even more intense. This face of his was really fickle. Although your strength is a little weak, your growth potential is sufficient to make up for it. Now that you have mastered a puppet body, you will definitely become my most loyal slave in the future. Of course, as your future master, I will also allow you to possess a strength that is even greater than what you possess now, or even in the future. Treat this as a reward. I will not remember the grudge between us and allow you to become my right-hand man. I, Heimu, am indeed as magnanimous as before. Tsk. When he heard Heimu's strange tone, Xiaoyan's heart became increasingly solemn. The little bit of clarity in the depths of his heart was gradually replaced by fear. Or perhaps, he was blinded. A glint flickered in his old eyes. Heimu once again coldly snorted. Soon after, he waved his wide dark green sleeves. Countless vines flashed out and completely wrapped Xiaoyan into a huge vine ball, locking him in place in the air. When he saw that Xiaoyan was sealed within, Heimu finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been tightly suppressed within his body. His entire person also became dispirited at this moment. Even he was unable to endure this kind of forceful resistance. Moreover, the old thing in the depths of his body had yet to be completely suppressed. It was already very difficult for him to intimidate Xiaoyan at this moment. If this continued to drag on, he could not guarantee that the fellow in his body would not charge out. Under the previous transformation, it was already very difficult for him to barely block the combined attack of old Luo and Qingmu. In the end, he was completely bombarded by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, and had already entered a period of weakness. If it was not because Luo Ao still had some reservations about his body, it was likely that he would have been shattered by Luo Ao's attack. At this moment, Heimu no longer had any extra strength to bother about Xiaoyan. His previous actions were merely a bluff. His goal was only to intimidate Xiaoyan so that he would not dare to cause any more trouble. After all, Xiaoyan's endless methods caused him to not dare to underestimate him. If Xiaoyan were to attack at this moment, it was likely that even he would be powerless. The current situation was already a great opportunity for him. Only by quickly recovering some of his strength would he have the confidence to control Xiaoyan. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to determine who would emerge victorious in the end. His somewhat trembling body became increasingly powerless. Although he wanted to leave this place, his rapidly weakening body slowly bent down. In the end, he curled up into a ball like a frozen dog. The black aura that lingered over his body also gradually disappeared. Specks of dark green light once again surfaced on his grayish-black face, causing his entire body to tremble intensely at this moment. The intense trembling and the increasingly bright jade-green fluorescent light on Heimu's face seemed to have stirred up the unwillingness deep within his heart. While his teeth were chattering intensely, some vague words were emitted from his mouth. I will not go so easily. His voice had just sounded when numerous black vines tore through the empty space around Heimu's or Qingmu's body and appeared in front of this body. The moment it appeared, a thick fog-like dark black strange aura swiftly pounced over, completely suppressing the little jade-green fluorescent light that had just recovered. His intensely trembling body also slowly calmed down, and a pair of dark black empty eyes once again surfaced. Chapter 166. The weakness that was emitted from all parts of his body caused Xiaoyan to nearly faint within this dark and narrow space. He had completely squeezed out all of his strength a couple of times, causing his physical body to descend into an extremely weak state. The muscles all over Xiaoyan's body had become unusually sore and painful. Waves of numb and powerless feeling swept over his entire body. The piercing pain that was like being stabbed by needles caused Xiaoyan to descend into a semi-unconscious state. His spiritual strength, which had nearly dried up, caused Xiaoyan's body and soul to have an extremely empty feeling. At this moment, even the most basic breathing of Xiaoyan appeared to be extremely weak. His weak aura was like a thread that was intermittent. Is this really all? An unwilling, sorrowful sigh was emitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's soul. The thread of struggle in the deepest part of Xiaoyan's soul also slowly disappeared. His paper-white face was completely void of blood. A thread of crystal-clear water droplet followed Xiaoyan's icy cold face and slowly rolled down. A palm-sized, densely white flame surfaced within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body while a faint icy aura was being emitted from Xiaoyan's body. It instantly wiped away the cold aura from his body. Brat, it is unexpected that the old me is still needed to intervene. However, it is also true that with your current strength and mental strength, It is really difficult for you to put up any psychological resistance. However, from the looks of it, that fellow is also extremely afraid of you. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as just intimidating you. Gu Yu's somewhat hoarse elderly voice was slowly emitted from Xiao Yan's body after the dark and cold aura within Xiao Yan's body swiftly withdrew. Within the dusky space, the dark green vines emitted a little fluorescent light, causing the originally pitch-black space to have some light. Within it, a huge vine ball was exceptionally eye-catching. Suddenly, the originally flat space began to distort. Circular ripples began to quietly spread out, and an elderly figure in plain clothes slowly appeared. It was Gu Yu. Gu Yu randomly glanced at the large vine ball in front of him. His old eyes slowly swept over the dark green vine. A densely white flame flashed across his eyes. Gu Yu softly snorted. A thought passed through his mind and a densely white flame suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. The extremely frightening temperature caused the space to suddenly explode, revealing an endless empty space. The moment the dense white flame appeared, the enormous vine ball also exploded into nothingness with a bang. Xiao Yan, who was within it, also felt his body become weak as he fell from the sky. "Hey brat, you are really troublesome," Gu Yu curled his mouth. He waved his large sleeve and an invisible gentle force rose from nowhere. It firmly supported Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, Gu Yu helplessly sighed. His finger gently pressed on Xiao Yan's brow. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body began to quietly circulate. From the looks of the circulation route, it was the route of the flame art chi method. Given Gu Yu's experience, he would naturally not do something as foolish as using his own do chi to replenish Xiao Yan. That method might be quick, but it was not one that relied on one's own body to refine and absorb the energy obtained. It would more or less cause damage to one's body. Moreover, Xiao Yan had already experienced this method of forceful recovery twice. If he were to use it again, given Xiao Yan's current condition, it was likely that there would be repercussions. Forget about Xiao Yan, even Gu Yu could not accept this. Following the slow circulation of the flame mantra chi method in his body, threads of tiny natural energy slowly gathered from empty space within this somewhat narrow space. With a flash, they entered Xiao Yan's body. Following the circulation of the flame mantra chi method, they were refined by the heavenly flame into threads of pure do chi that entered the vortex. A thread of a faint sleek redness was gradually smeared on Xiao Yan's pale face at this moment. His nearly severed breathing also gradually recovered its calmness. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the walls of this ancient city, the emotions that countless people had suppressed for an entire night finally erupted like wild horses that had escaped their reins. Many human figures of various colors swiftly flew toward the empty square in the city, which had been split into two, in an attempt to occupy a good spot. After all, today's competition was extraordinarily grand. The many sharp and overbearing scenes from yesterday were still incomparably clearly imprinted in everyone's minds. Currently, this empty square, which had been split into two, caused everyone to remember the frightening strength of the black-robed young man in their hearts. Of course, while everyone was shocked by the strength of the black-robed young man, they did not forget that this frighteningly powerful young half-martial emperor's alchemy skills were not the slightest bit inferior to those alchemist grandmasters who specialized in alchemy. Rather than saying that they were here to watch the alchemist competition between these two high-grade alchemists, it was better to say that they were here to watch Xiao Yan's performance. Xiao Yan's might had already intimidated a countless number of people present. Even MOD, who had been famous for a long time, had now ended up with a cold laugh in the mouths of the crowd. This old fellow is really thick-skinned. He is already someone who is half a foot in the grave, yet he still wants to bully the young to win against Elder Yan Xiao. Elder Yan Xiao's alchemist talent is not something that you can compare with. He has specialized in alchemy for his entire life and has only become a rank 2 alchemist at his old age. Compared to Elder Yan Xiao, who is a rank 2 alchemist at such a young age, there is a distance that even 8 horses cannot catch up to. What a useless person. MOD, who was standing in the air, heard the increasingly heated cold laughter and disdainful words from the surrounding viewing gallery. The wrinkled skin on his face trembled intensely. The veins on his hands under his sleeves had also protruded. The dou-qi within his body had also involuntarily begun to circulate. It was like a snake's tongue that was repeatedly extended and extended between his fingers. A pair of eyes that contained killing intent slowly swept over the entire place. Threads of dangerous aura were just like numerous densely cold steel knives that were pressed against the throats of everyone. This caused the mocking expressions on everyone's faces to swiftly withdraw. Perhaps this MOD was indeed extremely lacking compared to Xiaoyan. However, he was still a frightening existence that ordinary experts like them had no way of contending with. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily trembled when they sensed this icy cold gaze of MOD. They hurriedly shut their mouths. In merely a breath's time, the ridicule and disdain from a moment ago had been swiftly covered in this large open ground. The lively open ground had also gradually become quiet. At this moment, a circular water-like ripple suddenly spread out from the calm empty space in the middle of the open ground. The appearance of this scene immediately attracted the gazes of quite a number of people. As this spatial ripple became increasingly intense, an enormous floating stone platform tore through the empty space and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The enormous size of the stone platform caused nearly 1/3 of this large open ground to be covered by it at this moment. Everyone on the stage looked at this small open ground. Their faces were filled with surprise. In the next moment, a familiar elderly voice slowly spread from the stone platform. "Cuckoo, I have made everyone wait for a long time. Due to some small interlude yesterday, there are some things that I have no choice but to settle. However, everyone can rest assured that the Alchemist Grand Meeting today will definitely not disappoint everyone." The old man who spoke was naturally the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Gu Li. As Gu Li's words rang out, the square, which had just become silent, immediately became noisy once again. As for MOD's gloomy and murderous expression, everyone directly ignored him. After all, with an even more frightening expert like Gu Li present, he, MOD, did not have the guts to stir up any trouble. The corners of Gu Li's mouth revealed a satisfied smile when he saw the open ground once again. Gu Li swept a glance at MOD, who was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Gu Li laughed coldly. Soon after, his gaze once again returned to the entire open ground. His skinny and large hand gently pressed down on the empty space in front of him. A faint pressure spread, causing countless people in the open ground to involuntarily turn their gazes towards Gu Li. Gu Li laughed out loud when he sensed the numerous gazes that were shot towards him. His gaze swept across the entire place. Under the numerous excited gazes, he slowly opened his mouth and laughed. "Everyone, today is the finals of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Of course, it is also the most exciting competition in the history of our Alchemist Association. This is because the two alchemists who will appear this time around are both high-rank alchemists. This will be a true fight between the peak." Clamor. Gu Li's sonorous and powerful words had just sounded when the entire open ground turned into an uproar at this moment. Wave after wave of intense cries resounded across the 9 heavens, causing the entire place to tremble slightly. The smile on Gu Li's old face became even more brilliant when he sensed the increasingly lively atmosphere around him. His gaze immediately swept over the entire place. Gu Li's deep gaze paused on MOD for a moment. However, he seemed to have recalled something. That new chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association had yet to show himself. Gu Li's heart carried some unknown emotions. His old eyes narrowed slightly. His sharp gaze slowly swept across the entire place. Finally, it paused on the empty judges' seats. Gu Li's pupils suddenly shrunk. The expression on his old face also gradually stiffened. An uneasy feeling slowly surfaced within his heart. This fellow, why is he not coming again? After being stunned for a moment, the muscles on the corner of Gu Li's mouth twitched. He muttered in his heart with a bitter smile. However, deep within his heart, there was something different from the last time. This time around, he felt extremely uneasy. At this moment, an unusual change once again occurred in the enormous open ground. An enormous spatial whirlpool appeared out of nowhere in the vast empty space. Threads of frightening spatial energy caused the expressions of everyone present to instantly become extremely terrified. The aura within was sufficient to swallow the entire savage ancient city in one gulp. Even an 8-star half-martial emperor like Gu Li was absolutely unable to contend against it. Under everyone's alarmed gazes, the frightening whirlpool split apart and formed a large doorway. A pitch-black, endless empty space was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, the space fluctuated intensely and an old human figure slowly stepped out from within. At this moment, the expressions of all the half-martial emperors present suddenly changed. The gazes with which they looked at the old man were filled with astonishment. Chapter 167. Numerous gazes on the vast empty square were currently looking at the linen-robed elder, who was standing in the sky, with various expressions in their eyes. Those usually high and mighty Bandi experts in the viewing gallery had all stood up at this moment. They had instantly forgotten their pride as Bandi experts. Their eyes revealed a respectful expression as they looked at the old man. No matter how they looked at him, they would never have imagined that this expert, who had never appeared, would actually come to this place today. However, everyone immediately understood in their hearts when they thought about it. He had actually come for Xiaoyan. Elder Xian in front of the VIP seats frowned slightly as he looked at the elderly figure in the sky. His heart was filled with doubt. Even if the current Xiaoyan was a rank 2 alchemist, was he really worthy of this person personally coming? While everyone was pondering in their hearts, Gu Li, who was closest to the old man, swiftly rushed into the sky. Immediately, he stood a short distance below the old man. This also indicated Gu Li's respectful attitude toward the old man. Gu Li's body paused. He did not hesitate as he bent his waist and respectfully bowed to the old man. At the same time, his mouth spoke with a respectful smile. Junior Gu Li greets old Luo. Only at this moment did the stunned half-martial emperors below instantly recover from their shock. They didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as they flew forward and bowed to Elder Luo. Old Luo merely glanced at them indifferently. His eyes paused on Gu Li for a moment before he carelessly acknowledged them. The countless number of spectators below felt a rich shock lingering in their hearts after seeing this scene. It was impossible to shake it off. There were no less than 30 Bandi experts who had rushed into the sky. However, at this moment, all of them were extremely respectful to the old man. In other words, just how frightening was this old man, who appeared to have an ordinary appearance? Over 30 Bandi experts. It was likely that even an ordinary Do Di would have no choice but to withdraw upon seeing them. However, at this moment, this old man was able to cause this group of Bandi to be so respectful to him. Just how great was his strength? It was likely that Do Di was no longer sufficient to describe his strength. Of course, after everyone heard how the half-martial emperors addressed the old man, they instantly came to a realization. No wonder this old man's strength was so terrifying. It turned out that he was the Luo elder that everyone usually talked about. The next moment, the spacious open ground once again emitted a noise that soared to the sky. From the looks of it, old Luo had actually come to watch Xiaoyan's competition. TSK, even old Luo has personally come. Elder Yan Zhao's reputation is really great. I heard that Lu Chen from the east side had sought old Luo to help in refining a weapon a couple of years ago. In the end, he did not even get to see old Luo. That time, Luo had really embarrassed him. Oh, even Lu Chen was unable to invite old Luo? That is a rank 3 formation master. Hey, what is the use of a rank 3 formation master? That Lu Chen is not much of a person. Moreover, he is just like that old coward MOD. How can he be compared with Elder Yan Xiao? So what if he is a rank 3 formation master? The current Elder Yan Xiao is already a rank 2 alchemist at such a young age. His future achievements are not something that old bastard Lu Chen can compare with. Old Luo's eyesight is really far. Everyone immediately understood in their hearts after hearing this person's explanation. They nodded one after another. In their hearts, they became increasingly envious of Xiaoyan. Of course, although they were envious, there were quite a number of people whose eyes had suddenly become determined. Xiaoyan's frightening training talent had stirred the training desire in their hearts at this moment. After returning this time around, quite a number of people present would likely enter a crazy training state. The waves of noise that were transmitted from the open ground below caused Gu Li to involuntarily frown slightly. It was fine if these fellows were usually careless. However, they were actually so agitated in front of this person today. Were they sincerely trying to stir up the other party's dissatisfaction? After all, old Luo's temper was extremely unstable. Immediately, Gu Li cursed in his heart before smiling awkwardly. His eyes carefully looked at old Luo. His face was respectful as he bowed slightly. He cupped his hands together towards old Luo and said with a smile, "How old Luo, the younger generation did not know that elder was here. Therefore, we did not arrange a seat for you. I hope that old Luo will not blame us. The younger generation will. There is no need." Before Gu Li could completely spit out the words that were at the tip of his tongue, old Luo's tone was calm as he directly interrupted him. Naturally, Gu Li could only smile awkwardly in response to this. He did not say anything else. Instead, he fixed his gaze on old Luo and quietly waited. In front of this person, he was unable to raise even the slightest bit of temper. When the half-martial emperors below saw this, they exchanged glances with each other as they muttered in their hearts. They appeared to be much more respectful and cautious. Clearly, they were quite clear about old Luo's temper. Old Luo's gaze slowly swept across the ant-like crowd below. Soon after, it swept past those half-martial emperors one by one. His sharp eyes caused everyone present to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. The reason why this old man has come today is not because of any big matter. I only wish to inform everyone that this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting will be postponed for a month. A month later, the Alchemist Grand Meeting will continue as usual. His voice was not loud and did not appear to be very imposing and overbearing. However, the meaning within his words caused everyone present to involuntarily be stunned. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at old Luo. Even the dozens of half-martial emperors below had a change in expression at this moment. The reason why old Luo had come today was actually to postpone the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Gu Li also frowned tightly at this moment. Being the chairman of the Alchemist Association and also the host of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting, old Luo's words had directly skipped over him. Moreover, old Luo had even ignored the rules of the Alchemist Association and forcefully postponed the date of the Grand Meeting. This caused Gu Li, the chairman, to feel somewhat embarrassed. When the half-martial emperors below heard these words, they involuntarily frowned. As they looked at each other, the corner of their eyes also swept towards Gu Li. Emodi's old eyes narrowed slightly. A sharp, cold glint faintly flickered deep within his pupils. When he saw Gu Li's somewhat ugly expression, Emodi immediately understood in his heart that Gu Li had likely not expected old Luo's words. Thoughts flew in his heart. Suddenly, Emodi's eyes suddenly brightened. His gaze swiftly shifted and looked at the black mass of human heads below. A moment later, a glint flashed across Emodi's eyes as he swiftly understood in his heart. That fellow is indeed not here. Emodi coldly snorted in his heart. His eyes coldly stared at Gu Li. Soon after, his body moved and flew forward. His body stood beside Gu Li. The corner of Emodi's eyes met with Gu Li's for an instant. Given Gu Li's familiarity with Emodi, he immediately saw the cold smile in Emodi's eyes. Although there was a faint uneasiness in Emodi's heart, it was already too late. Before Gu Li could do anything, Emodi slowly spat out the words from his mouth. Junior Emodi greets old Luo. I have long heard of old Luo's great reputation. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to meet old Luo. Now that I have met old Luo today, I can see that old Luo's strength is indeed exceedingly great. This junior has also been able to broaden my horizons. Old Luo had an impatient appearance in the face of Emodi's flattery. He faintly replied. However, he was too lazy to even blink his slightly shut eyes. This scene immediately caused a mocking cold smile to be revealed on the faces of the many half-step emperors below. Did Emodi really think that old Luo was an ordinary expert who could be dismissed with a few words? Although his warm face was met with a cold shoulder, MOD also knew in his heart that the old fellow in front of him was not someone he could easily offend. Forget about this savage ancient city. It was likely that even in the entire western region and southern region, the number of experts who could match old Luo's strength could be counted with one's fingers. Hence, although there was resentment in his heart, MOD still viciously scolded old Luo. His face immediately became awkward and he was speechless. He smiled awkwardly upon seeing this. However, after hesitating for an instant, MOD's throat rolled a little. His eyes rotated and once again turned towards old Luo. He coughed dryly before carefully opening his mouth and smiling awkwardly. This junior has a question in his heart. May I know if Elder can answer it? The eyes of the dozens of half-step emperors below twitched when MOD's words left his mouth. However, they immediately laughed coldly. This MOD was asking for trouble. Old Luo's expression did not change as he ignored MOD's words. At this moment, he only wanted to see the attitude of the association head, Gu Li. He could not be bothered with the others. MOD's eyes narrowed. He once again cursed in his heart. However, his face still maintained a respectful appearance as he once again opened his mouth and smiled. Old Luo, this alchemist grand meeting is a grand event organized by the Pill Tower in the Middle Region. Although your strength is monstrous, this matter concerns my alchemist association and the Pill Tower. Why? Can't the old me touch an inconspicuous little minion under the Pill Tower? Forget about a small association like yours. Even if those old fellows from the Pill Tower were to come, the old me would not give them any face. You wish to use the Pill Tower to pressure the old me. The Pill Tower will not know even if the old me kills an ant like you. Old Luo's body flashed in the air when he heard MOD's meaningful words. He did not create the slightest fluctuation of aura, but he had already arrived in front of MOD. The clothes of the two were tightly stuck together due to the cold wind. A frightening aura suddenly pressed down on MOD like a ferocious beast. MOD's body instantly distorted under this frightening pressure, while the bones in his body continuously emitted waves of cracking sounds. A deep sense of fear filled MOD's heart and could not be erased. Chapter 168. At this moment, everyone present on the large empty square stood on the spot with shocked faces. They were silent and their eyes would occasionally steal a glance at the old human figure in the empty space. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. With just one strike, the half-DD expert, who was invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, was instantly sent flying like a sandbag. After penetrating through 2 squares, he smashed deeply into the ancient savage city below. In an instant, the land within a 1,000-mile radius of the ancient savage city suddenly shook. A pit appeared in the ancient savage city. Countless people in the sky were stunned as they watched everything that had happened in front of their eyes. Looking at MOD's miserable appearance, was he really a half-DD expert, who was usually high and mighty? While everyone was feeling shocked by MOD's miserable fate, they once again gained a new understanding of old Luo's frightening strength. In the eyes of an expert like old Luo, these half-DD experts were not even comparable to ants. In front of him, there was no need to mention one's strength. Only those with sufficiently frightening talent would be able to obtain old Luo's acknowledgement. For example, the man who was currently flickering with bright starlight in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Yan. He shifted his gaze and looked at the bottom of the pit. MOD's originally powerful aura had suddenly disappeared at this moment. His chest heaved, but he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. If he did not undergo emergency treatment soon, it was likely that he would not even be able to keep his life. Humph, remember, if it was not because you still have a fight with Yan Xiao, the current you would not only end up seriously injured. The old me does not have any mercy towards a small fry like you. The old voice reverberated across the sky. Countless people below involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had already beaten MOD until he was seriously injured, yet he still said that he was merciful. What would happen if MOD were to die? Of course, even though everyone present had their own thoughts in their hearts, they were merely thinking about it. No one was foolish enough to open their mouths and say anything. Moreover, old Luo had already clearly told everyone that MOD was not dead. There was reason and evidence. If they were to say another word, the ending would be uncertain. Old Luo gently exhaled. His gaze once again slowly swept over the heads of the countless people below. A divine-like aura was suspended above everyone's heads, causing those fellows, who had raised their heads to look at old Luo, to hurriedly lower their heads at this moment and put on a humble appearance. The old me will repeat what I said earlier. The alchemist grand meeting this time around will be delayed by 1 month. The grand meeting will be held as usual after 1 month. If you have any questions, you can directly ask him to find me. The old me will naturally give him an answer. Everyone below, when they heard old Luo's words, old Luo and old Luo, who would dare to doubt old Luo's words? Old Luo did not say anything else when he saw everyone's reaction. He waved his sleeves and the space behind him once again crumbled. His body also slowly entered it. At the same time, everyone in this space felt their tensed bodies suddenly relax. The aura, which had been pressuring everyone, also slowly disappeared. Only at this moment did everyone in the square completely relax. They exhaled a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in their chests. Their foreheads had unknowingly been covered with cold sweat. Gu Li looked at Mod, who was buried deep in the ground, with disdain. In her heart, she knew that this fellow would not die so easily given his tactics. However, she recalled Xiao Yan on a second thought. That fellow seemed to have never appeared since the beginning. Gu Li sighed for some reason. His gaze swept across the entire square. Immediately, everyone's eyes gathered once again. There was naturally no need to mention how powerful old Luo was. However, the person in front of them was not someone that they dared to easily ignore. Everyone, there is no need for me to say any unnecessary words. You can all disperse. Whether you come or not will depend on everyone. Gu Li did not stay any longer after speaking. His body flashed and drifted away, leaving behind a group of cultivators with different expressions. At the same time, old Luo stood in the air within the mysterious space. The land, which had been destroyed by the big battle last night, had already recovered to its original state. However, only Xiao Yan, He Mu, and Qing Mu's figures were missing from this place. Cites Yan Xiao, I don't know if you are dead or alive at this moment. Based on that bastard's condition back then, it should be too late for him to kill you. Unfortunately, even though this is the case, I am still powerless to save you. At this moment, old Luo's previous indifferent expression no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by a deep bitterness. With his strength, even when dealing with the seriously injured He Mu, he still appeared so powerless. The uniqueness of this space was not something that old Luo could control. Its true owners were Qing Mu and He Mu. However, Qing Mu was merely a member of the younger generation in front of He Mu. Although his strength was not as great as before, the true core of He Mu was located in the deepest part of this land. Even Qing Mu was unable to touch that place. Currently, Qing Mu was suppressed. This 10,000 acres of ginseng spiritual trees existed in name only in front of He Mu. Xiao Yan had fallen into the core of this land. How could old Luo save him? Sigh. Old Luo sighed once again. The bitterness in his heart had deepened. The current situation was already a tragedy that could not be helped. Old Luo no longer hoped for miracles. There were many miracles in this world. However, there were also many people who had their bones buried because of such falsehoods. However, old Luo's tightly knit brows suddenly relaxed. The aura of the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body was a little different. A human figure swiftly charged over from within the small, dilapidated yet clean and tidy courtyard. His frightening speed of tearing through the empty space did not slow down even a little when he entered the small courtyard. However, an emerald jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand under his sleeve. In the next moment, when the human figure was about to collide with the door, the space around him instantly stirred up a circle of water-like spatial ripples. The human figure was instantly submerged. In the mysterious space, old Luo's tightly knit brows slowly relaxed. He looked into the distance and slowly opened his mouth. "Little fellow, you're here." As his voice sounded, the space behind old Luo fluctuated. Following which, a young man's figure broke through the air and appeared. Looking at his appearance, it was Luo Jin. After revealing his figure, Luo Jin's gaze landed on old Luo. he bowed slightly and respectfully said with a smile, "Fifth Grandpa, it has been a few days since we last met. Your body is getting stronger and stronger." Hearing these words, the corner of old Luo's mouth revealed a rare warm smile. In front of this brat, it was always difficult for him to put on the airs of an elder. However, he merely smiled and immediately disappeared. He was naturally incomparably clear about the purpose of Luo Jin's visit. It was definitely for Xiaoyan. Sure enough, in the next moment, Luo Jin's expression became a little hesitant. However, after hesitating for a moment, he could not help but open his mouth and ask, "Fifth Grandpa, I have already heard about the matter at the alchemist grand meeting today. I wonder if Brother Yen Xiao, brat, you seem to be very concerned about that little fellow. Why, after so many years, you didn't even want to find a wife for your father. Now, you've taken a fancy to this man?" Without waiting for Luo Jin to finish speaking, old Luo narrowed his old eyes and instantly appeared beside Luo Jin. He stared at Luo Jin with a mischievous smile and laughed strangely. When old Luo's words left his mouth, Luo Jin's face instantly turned black. In his heart, he wished that he could send this old face flying with a slap. However, his strength was placed before him. Helpless, he could only quietly curse in his heart. His mouth curled as he viciously said, "Disrespectful old man." With regards to this, old Luo once again emitted a strange laugh. When he saw that there was no longer any worry on Luo Jin's face, he once again opened his mouth and laughed, all right. I won't joke with you. Yen Xiao has his own fortune. Just let him be. When the time comes, you will naturally know. However, your Grandpa Qing Mu and I still have some matters to settle. You can go ahead first." Yen Xiao's expression changed. Before his voice sounded, old Luo waved his large sleeve. Without waiting for Luo Jin to say anything, he had already been forcefully sent out. Only at this moment did old Luo's previously smiling face once again return to that haggard expression from before. When these words left his mouth, even he knew just how fake and powerless they were. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaoyan's predicament did not have any chance of survival. Moreover, Luo Jin's observation ability was different from an ordinary person. If he was allowed to continue staying here, he was afraid that he might discover something. Hence, sending him out earlier was the safest method at this moment. Chapter 169. The dark green vines emitted a demonic glow within the dark black space, causing some life to appear in this deathly silent space. It was also because of this that one was able to clearly see the threads of mottled natural energy in the empty space. Threads of natural energy gathered in the empty space. They were like small streams that merged together, forming an even thicker energy pillar. It turned into an energy whirlpool in the empty space that gathered at a certain spot in this space. A black-robed human figure was seated cross-legged in the deep part of the space as he stood in the empty space. Wild and violent natural energy gathered in the surrounding space and wrapped around the black-robed human figure. Following the inhalation and exhalation of the black-robed human figure, the energy entered the chi paths within his body. After circulating once, it was completely refined, turning into threads of extremely pure do qi that entered the vortex within the black-robed human figure's body. Following the continuous refinement of this endless natural energy, the aura of the black-robed human figure also became increasingly dense. While he trained, the clothes on his body moved without any wind. The natural energy that surrounded his body also formed an enormous energy whirlpool with this human figure at the center. The sharp sound of wind was like waves of beast roars, causing the empty space to involuntarily tremble. The empty space within a 50-kilometer radius of the black-robed human figure also repeatedly collapsed. The wild and violent spatial storm was like a ferocious mountain beast that shattered the empty space and raged around the human figure. However, it appeared to be restrained by some kind of strength. Although it possessed a frightening destructive strength, it was ultimately unable to get close to the human figure. Even the space within a couple of feet around the black-robed human figure did not have the slightest ripple. The space within was as stable as a mountain and was extremely calm. This doomsday-like scene continued for an unknown period of time. However, the aura of the black-robed human figure was as calm as the deep sea. At the deepest part, it was as though there was a dragon hidden in the abyss, deep and unfathomable, an obscure hot aura also spread out from within without anyone noticing. It protected the black-robed human figure. A faint pressure filled this space, causing the frightening spatial storm to appear as inconspicuous as a whirlwind. At a certain moment, the motionless body of the black-robed human figure trembled slightly. Immediately, a frightening aura that was like a green dragon emerging from the sea suddenly surged, shaking all directions. The invisible wave suddenly swept out. The frightening aura easily destroyed this originally dilapidated dark space. In less than a breath's time, the space that was like the end of the world a second ago instantly recovered its previous silence. All the violent aura instantly scattered. The collapsed space was once again washed. The calm space was like a mirror, flat without anything unusual. Who would know that this space had just suffered the most frightening storm in its history? However, this perfect ending did not last for more than an instant. Another massacre ensued. The black-robed figure remained motionless in the silent space. Her gently shut eyes trembled at this moment. Soon after, her bright eyes, which had been shut for half a month, slowly opened. Swoosh! His pitch-black eyes were strangely clear. The deep pupils were like an ancient well that was calm without any ripples. In the deepest part of his eyes, a cluster of nearly extinguished brilliant flames was like an orchid that had seen the sun. The depressed aura rapidly expanded. The moment the black-robed human figure opened his eyes, the brilliant flame in the depths of his pupils was like an arrow that was shot out. It turned into a flame-light beam that was as thick as a thumb. It instantly pierced through the space in front of the black-robed human figure, causing a wave of water-like spatial ripples. In the next instant, the distant space suddenly exploded. A spatial storm that was filled with a destructive aura suddenly swept out in all directions like a berserk magical beast. The peace that had lasted for an instant was once again broken. As the spatial storm swept out, a brilliant flame light pillar that was 1,000 feet wide suddenly broke through the space. The extremely powerful strength caused the space to rumble. The empty space was like a crushed balloon that was continuously exploding. When the flame light pillar shot out, the already shattered space continued to explode again and again. Rich devouring power tore apart everything in the space, restoring the empty darkness. Even so, the black-robed figure sitting in the void remained motionless despite the destruction of everything in this space. The space around him was also unusually stable. Before the spatial storm could reach 100 feet around the black-robed human figure, it had already been broken by a mysterious force. Everything that happened around him seemed like an illusion to him. A moment later, when the space around the black-robed human figure was extremely shattered, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that he had been holding in for a long time. At the same time, the black-robed human figure casually waved his fair hand. Everything that had been destroyed around him was restored once again. The surging space also returned to normal. After half a month of rapid training, Xiao Yan's weak body had finally returned to its peak. Due to the fact that he had just become an advanced 3-star half-martial emperor, this half a month of training had allowed Xiao Yan's strength to stabilize. Currently, Xiao Yan's aura was even denser than half a month ago. Although it appeared as if he had only made a slight improvement, the current Xiao Yan was, after all, a half-martial emperor. This seemingly insignificant improvement had allowed Xiao Yan to become even more powerful than before. With Xiao Yan's current strength and his frightening physical body, ordinary 4-star half-martial emperors were simply no match for him. Even if he were to encounter a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would not have to unleash his true strength like before. He would be able to easily defeat them with ordinary Do skills. As for those 6-star and 7-star half-martial emperors, although they possessed extraordinary strength, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to contend against them if they did not use their trump cards. As for 8-star half-martial emperors, he would naturally not be able to deal with them like he did with the 3rd Palace Master. Even though he had killed the 3rd Palace Master, he had also made himself extremely weak. To the current Xiao Yan, 8-star half-martial emperors were no longer a threat. However, the most important thing right now was not those ordinary half-martial emperors. Instead, what Xiao Yan had to face was that old monster from the ancient era. In this space, it was likely impossible for him to escape. Since that was the case, the only way to protect himself was to find He Mu, strike first, and kill him with all his strength. With Xiao Yan's intelligence, he naturally knew that from He Mu's condition that day, he did not have much confidence in defeating He Mu. Using Qing Mu's body to suppress old Luo was the embodiment of his weakness. Controlling Qing Mu's body was already quite a bit of pressure for He Mu. Furthermore, He Mu had already been seriously injured by old Luo and old Luo. It would be impossible for him to recover much in a short period of time. Furthermore, he also had to divide his attention to suppress Qing Mu's soul. Thus, his recovery speed was incomparable to Xiao Yan's. Thus, now was Xiao Yan's best opportunity. It was also his final opportunity to kill He Mu. However, even if he recovered to his peak, Xiao Yan would still have difficulty contending with him given his strength. Fortunately, he still had Old Gu as his trump card. Even if Old Gu did not intervene, it was likely that Old Gu would not leave him in the lurch. This point was evident from the fact that Gu Yu had helped Xiao Yan recover his strength. To him, Xiao Yan was not someone who could be casually abandoned. After making up his mind, Xiao Yan's eyes, which were as calm as an old well, shot into the distance. A frightening spiritual strength immediately swept out from between his brows. Everything within this space was captured by Xiao Yan's senses. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's eyes turned. His sharp gaze swept towards a certain direction in the empty space. He could sense an extremely powerful energy ripple at that spot. Clearly, that spot was where He Mu was located. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A heavenly flame danced deep within his pupils. The Dou Qi within his body was also quietly circulating at this moment. A murderous desire spread across his heart. Those who wish to kill me will definitely be killed. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his heart. His seated body instantly disappeared from this empty space. The invisible empty space was quietly shattered. Chapter 170. Within the dark space, numerous thick dark green vines stood in the empty space like pillars. Waves of dark green light spread out from them. Following the flickering of this light, waves of pure natural energy also flashed past the vines and poured into the cluster of dark black fog below. With the addition of this energy, a powerful and frightening aura also slowly agglomerated within the black fog. The dark black fog that permeated the surroundings also became increasingly thick. It was a long while later when the black fog that had spread apart began to tremble intensely. Waves of painful moans were emitted from within it. There were also waves of teeth-clenching sounds mixed within them. It was a long while later before this ear-piercing sound, which was like an evil ghost chewing on food, gradually disappeared. When one looked at the dark black fog again, it had scattered quite a bit during the churning. Its originally enormous size had also become a little smaller. The black fog regained its calm. A furious curse that was filled with hatred was suddenly emitted from within the black fog. Bastard thing, you actually want to escape from this venerable self-suppression. Once this venerable self recovers some strength in the future, the first thing I will do is to completely destroy you. The black fog was slowly withdrawn after the curse was let out. Finally, it returned to the empty space. An old human figure wearing a dark green long robe slowly appeared in this empty space. For an expert like He Mu, half a month of recovery was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Even at this moment, although He Mu's aura had stabilized compared to half a month ago, overall, it still seemed like a waste. Under the situation where there was no external support, it would take a long time for He Mu to completely recover. However, in the blink of an eye, He Mu reacted. Since he needed to rely on external support, that human brat called Yan Xiao seemed to be an alchemist. As long as he had something on him, his recovery speed should be much faster. Being in this kind of weak state was a kind of danger to him. Moreover, deep within his heart, there was a faint, uneasy feeling. It was likely that if he did not recover soon, there would be quite a lot of trouble for him. With that thought, He Mu's body was about to move. However, in the next instant he stood still on the spot. Even at this moment, his memory of the big battle half a month ago was still fresh in his mind. At the final moment, Xiao seemed to have used some kind of great way energy in order to injure him. As for the power that could traverse space, if he was not mistaken, it was the great Tao of the void that was ranked among all the great Daoists of heaven and earth. He Mu's heart became a little uneasy when he thought of this. Although Xiao Yan had used the void Tao to injure him back then, He Mu clearly understood that the void Tao was the thing that he was truly afraid of when compared to the attack that had snatched him away. Using the strength of a 3-star half-emperor to forcefully tear open the void and use the great way of the void. This was something that even some of the ancient geniuses that He Mu was aware of were unable to do. How was it possible for Xiao Yan to do so by himself? Moreover, this was not the only thing that caused He Mu to feel suspicious. Regardless of how one looked at it, the 2 heavenly flames that Xiao Yan had used back then gave him an extremely strange feeling. The bone-chilling flame and the nihility-devouring flame were not as simple as just seed flames. However, He Mu, this old fellow who had lived for tens of thousands of years, also had difficulty guessing why they were like that. Damn it. Just who is that brat? Why is he so troublesome? Moreover, those 2 things. Just what the hell is going on? He Mu cursed quietly. He felt quite helpless in his heart. Although Xiao Yan's strength was lacking, his endless tactics and the protection of the heavenly flame caused even him to involuntarily feel a little afraid. After all, the current him was far weaker than before. Damn it, if it is not because this venerable self has yet to recover his strength, how would such an ant even have the right to speak? He Mu once again cursed softly. He was too lazy to be bothered. Regardless of how many tactics Xiao Yan had, it was a fact that he had been reduced to a prisoner. He was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. Even though he had the protection of the heavenly flame, it would be difficult for him to accomplish anything without the support of his master. As long as he personally attacked, Xiao Yan would definitely die. Humph! He Mu let out a cold snort. His body moved and he was about to fly towards the huge vine ball that had sealed Xiao Yan in his memories. However, He Mu's body, which was about to rush forward, suddenly paused in the next instant. His pair of dark green eyes were instantly covered by a surprised expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You? How is this possible? He Mu slowly lifted his eyes. A delicate and handsome mature face was slowly reflected in his eyes. This person was actually Xiao Yan, who had been sealed by him. But, are you very surprised? What will surprise you is yet to come. When he heard the surprised words from He Mu's mouth, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a cold smile as he spoke in an indifferent tone. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, He Mu's heart was once again shaken. From this fellow's aura, it seemed that he had completely recovered to his peak. Half a month to recover to his peak. How could a half-emperor's strength be so fast? Moreover, wasn't he already in a deep slumber at that time? How could he have actually woken up? You, stinking brat, who exactly are you? A mere half-emperor actually dares to spout such nonsense in front of this venerable self. Aren't you afraid that this venerable self will destroy you? At this moment, He Mu's heart involuntarily turned solemn. The Xiao Yan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Furthermore, he was currently in a weakened state. If he wanted to kill Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would have to spend another half a month of hard work. Xiao Yan stared at He Mu in front of him. In his heart, he was clearly aware of this fellow's intentions. However, given the current situation, he naturally did not have the time to think too much. The only thing he could do now was to fight it out with this fellow. Whoever won would live. That was all. Humph, do you really think that you are still the same person as before? How dare you call yourself this venerable self? With your current strength, even if you were to fight me, you would have to use all your strength. At the end of the day, you are merely a piece of trash. When Xiao Yan's mocking words left his mouth, He Mu's face immediately twitched violently. As a practitioner from the ancient times, although he was currently in dire straits, it was still not up to this ant in front of him to criticize him. Today, he must tear this human brat in front of him into pieces. Ant, you actually dare to insult this venerable self in such a manner? You are really seeking death. Don't think that this venerable self can fight with this venerable self just because this venerable self is at a low point. If this venerable self really wants to kill you, it is merely a matter of a thought. Therefore, die for this venerable self. Before his voice sounded, He Mu's furious body suddenly flashed. His hand turned into a claw that was accompanied by a frightening black-green dou qi. It tore through the empty space and violently slashed at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort when he saw this. A solemn expression surfaced in both of his eyes. His body moved and he was similarly fearless as he faced He Mu's claw head-on. Chapter 171. The sharp hand claw was accompanied by a frightening might that could tear apart everything as it swept through the air. The empty space was instantly shattered wherever it passed. Even though the sharp wind was a great distance away, it still caused the countless number of vines to snap. The sharp aura was just like a blade as it cut through the empty space. It transformed into numerous sharp force that swept in all directions. Even the empty space was mercilessly cut apart wherever it passed. He Mu's face was dark as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was also charging over. There were traces of bloodthirsty glints flickering within his eyes. Being an ancient evil spirit, he had eaten an unknown number of humans. Even though Xiao Yan was powerful, it was also because of this that the bloodthirsty feeling in his heart was even denser. Today, he would not only kill this human in front of him, but he would also turn him into his first human meal in thousands of years. His charging body suddenly shook. His hand claw was waved with great force. Dark green dou qi spread apart like a fog and lingered around He Mu's body. His charging body also became increasingly swift. It was just like a dark green light beam that instantly cut through the empty space. It carried a frightening might that could destroy the world as it charged towards Xiao Yan. Tsk, Yan Xiao, this venerable self shall give you another blessing today. There are not many humans who can be swallowed into this venerable self's stomach. He Mu's scarlet eyes became even more bloodthirsty as he charged forward. The strange black lines on his old face appeared to be alive at this moment as they continued to twist and wiggle. His dark green tongue violently licked his purple-black lips. The bloodthirsty feeling became even denser. The iciness on Xiao Yan's face became denser and colder when he heard He Mu's bloody and evil words. This He Mu was really extremely evil. It seemed that he had done quite a number of vicious things in the ancient times. No wonder he would be suppressed by an expert. From Xiao Yan's point of view, a person like He Mu was precisely someone that he could not tolerate the most. After seeing the brutality and bloodthirstiness of the Han clan, the current Xiao Yan could be said to kill such a person if he could. The expression on Xiao Yan's face became increasingly dark and cold when he thought of this. Bright flames swiftly gathered in his fire eyes and a bright fire lotus was swiftly formed. Immediately, this fire lotus swiftly rotated in Xiao Yan's eyes. A frightening flame strength swiftly gathered in the middle of the lotus. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was charging forward, suddenly shook. He waved his right arm with great force and a brilliant flame instantly rose, transforming his entire right arm into a fire arm. Soon after, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body rose. He suddenly clenched his right fist. His hand, which was wrapped in flames, emitted a clear metallic sound when it was clenched. Under the flame, purple gold dragon scales covered his muscular arm. Xiao Yan's hand had also turned into a dragon claw when he clenched his fist. This also caused Xiao Yan's right arm to become even thicker at this moment. When he swung it, a sharp rushing wind sound continuously sounded. If you want to eat me, we will have to see if you have such a big appetite. Xiao Yan's foot suddenly stomped on the empty air. The space within 5,000 kilometers below instantly collapsed. A countless number of black-green vines were instantly shattered. Xiao Yan's body also transformed into a fiery ray of light that cut through the empty air. His fist violently smashed toward He Mu's handclaw. Tsk, human brat, since you insist on seeking death, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish. Before his voice sounded, He Mu's right hand, which had turned into a claw, was suddenly extended. The The frightening force at the tip of his finger turned into numerous invisible thorns that pierced through the empty space. In the next moment, the two streaks of light violently collided in the pitch-black void. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion spread. The entire mysterious space began to tremble intensely at this moment. The originally empty space continued to collapse time and time again at this moment. The violent spatial storm was actually shattered by the wild and violent Do-Chi storm that was created from the collision between the two of them the moment it appeared. At this moment, everything within this space had been swallowed by the empty space. The entire space had turned into a vacuum. Even breathing had become a little difficult. TSK, brat, your strength is indeed not bad. No wonder old Luo has taken a fancy to you. However, it all ends here. Today, you will definitely become food in this venerable self's stomach. He Mu's face was filled with a ferocious smile as he stared at Xiaoyan. A bloodthirsty glow spread in all directions like fresh blood. The green veins on his shriveled hand claw were exposed. Dark green Do-Chi spluttered out from his palm and contended with Xiaoyan's fist. A sharp force spread out from the tip of his finger, causing the empty space around him to repeatedly collapse. His thin fingernails had also become extremely sharp at this moment. A random wave was sufficient to cut through the empty space. Of course, even though the words from his mouth were incomparably sharp, He Mu did not dare to be careless in his heart. Xiaoyan's strength was not just for show. Even if the current him were to use all his strength, it was likely that he would only be able to fight to a draw with Xiaoyan. However, this was merely a guess in He Mu's heart. After all, he had never seen all of Xiaoyan's tactics. If Xiaoyan still possessed some powerful Do skills, the ending would likely be unpredictable. He Mu's heart became increasingly solemn as he thought of this. However, in the next instant, a ruthless expression flashed deep within his eyes. Xiaoyan's heart was also quite solemn when he heard He Mu's ruthless words. However, his face revealed a cold smile. The enormous fist that collided with He Mu's hand claw suddenly shook. Xiaoyan and He Mu involuntarily took half a step back. The narrow battleground between the two of them had also suddenly separated. Xiaoyan's body suddenly flashed the instant he pulled back. His footsteps changed and he used the sky extinction steps. In an instant, he had already retreated 10,000 kilometers away. A pair of beautiful fire eyes stared at He Mu from a distance. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His right fist once again clenched with force. A thought passed through his mind and the fierce flames on his firearm instantly soared. The fire spread and wrapped Xiaoyan's entire body within it. Immediately, a pair of beautiful fire eyes stared at He Mu in the distance at this moment. A beautiful fire lotus swiftly rotated deep within his eyes. Swoosh! When Xiaoyan's gaze landed on He Mu's forehead, the fire lotus deep within Xiaoyan's eyes immediately solidified. An incomparably sharp and beautiful fire light beam instantly shot out from the center of the lotus. The moment the fire light beam shot out, it swelled with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a fire light pillar that was a couple of 1,000 feet wide. It violently smashed toward He Mu. He Mu's shady old eyes immediately narrowed into a thin line when he saw this. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this decisive and vicious attack of Xiaoyan's. However, although the strength of this attack of Xiaoyan's was extraordinary, He Mu was also not someone who was easy to deal with. A thought passed through his mind and the turbulent Do-Chi within his body immediately surged. Immediately, one could see He Mu widen his large mouth. A similarly incomparably overbearing dark green Do-Chi light pillar immediately shot out from his mouth. In merely an instant, it turned into a dark green Do-Chi light pillar that did not lose to Xiaoyan's fire light pillar. At this very moment, looking from a distance, the thick fire light pillar and the dark green Do-Chi light pillar were just like two enormous beasts that towered into the sky. In comparison, Xiaoyan and He Mu were just like ants. In the next instant, two frightening light pillars that could be said to be able to destroy the world suddenly collided in front of the cold gazes of the two of them. Bang! In the next moment, the color of this space suddenly changed. Chapter 172. Bang! The violent collision caused the space within a 100-kilometer radius of the two of them to once again collapse. After this violent collision, the two of them, who had been fighting for a long time, finally pulled back by 500 kilometers. Their eyes met with each other and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. The result of the collision between the two frightening light pillars caused the two of them to be seriously injured. He Mu was already injured. At this moment, he was under quite a lot of pressure after experiencing such a frightening exhaustion. On the other side, Xiaoyan was also not having a good time. Although he had the heavenly flame protecting his body, He Mu's strange dark green Do Qi was extremely troublesome. Even his heavenly flame had difficulty refining it. This also caused Xiaoyan to be struck by the remnant waves of the dark green Do Qi light pillar. Over half of the heavenly flame that wrapped around his body had scattered. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoyan's physical strength was strong, it was likely that he would have suffered quite a great loss. Humph! Stinking brat, don't think that you can fight with this venerable self just because of the strength of your physical body. This venerable self will let you know later that this venerable self is nothing in my eyes. The muscles on the corner of He Mu's mouth twitched repeatedly as he endured the intense pain that was transmitted from all over his body. A trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. His old face was also covered in patches of green and purple. Adding the bloodstains all over his body, it was obvious that he had suffered quite a great loss at Xiaoyan's hands in the fight earlier. However, compared to the fist imprints on his body, the thing that caused He Mu to feel the most pain was the burn scars under his tattered robe. The might of the heavenly flame was really frightening. Even with He Mu's strength, it was greatly reduced in front of it regardless of how great his strength was. Of course, if He Mu had not forcefully seized Qing Mu's physical body, it was likely that he would not have ended up in such a state. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart when he heard He Mu's vicious words that were still filled with an imposing aura. Did this He Mu really think that he was still the all-powerful him from back then? Moreover, with the strength of Xiaoyan's current physical body, this He Mu actually called him weak. Could it be that he had forgotten that the current Xiaoyan was merely a small bandit? With the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, he possessed a frightening physical body capable of rivaling experts of the same cultivation. The power of his physical body was already extremely frightening. With Xiaoyan's current physical body, it was likely that even in the entire continent, the number of people who were able to cultivate their physical body to such a level as a 3-star half-martial emperor would not be able to be counted on one's fingers even in the several tens of thousands of years of history. Xiaoyan's terrifying strength in the path of body refinement naturally went without saying. Xiaoyan laughed coldly in his heart. His gaze suddenly became cold. If they were to compete in Do Qi, he might really be afraid of this fellow. Who knew what kind of hidden moves an ancient demon still had? However, if they were to compete in physical strength, he had the confidence to destroy He Mu. Since you still do not place me in your eyes, I will let you do the same. Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook as he coldly cried out. A thought passed through his mind and he instantly unleashed the King Kong glass body. His body, which was wrapped in raging flames, rose from the ground and swiftly transformed into a 1,000 feet tall King Kong giant god. Under the influence of the heavenly flame all over his body, the current Xiaoyan appeared just like a god descending from the heavens. His might filled the sky. The monstrous heavenly flame was just like a fire dragon as it coiled around Xiaoyan's body. The frightening flame light caused the dark and deep empty space to become brighter. After doing all this, Xiaoyan's strong body did not pause even a little. His large hand, which was large enough to blot out the sun, suddenly clenched. The space under his hand was just like a balloon that had been flattened. An explosive sound was emitted as the surrounding dark black space once again collapsed. He clenched his enormous fist and a hot flame spread out with it. A force gathered in his palm and the Do Qi within his body swiftly circulated to every part of his body at this moment. The muscles all over his body were as hard as mysterious steel. Ha! Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a long dragon-like roar to the sky as he sensed the frightening strength that had been accumulated in his body and was ready to be unleashed. With this long roar, Xiao Yan's large foot suddenly stomped on the air. Immediately, the tens of thousands of kilometers of empty space below Xiao Yan instantly collapsed. His body was like a cannonball that had been fired, shooting towards He Mu 1,000 miles away. Although the cold wind was 1,000 miles away, it still made He Mu feel suffocated. The tattered clothes on his body tightly clung to the surface of his body, making He Mu feel even more uncomfortable in his heart. Humph! With a cold snort, He Mu's body was unafraid. The aura all over his body pierced through the empty space like a giant sword. His foot suddenly took a step forward, shattering the empty space as an invisible pressure swiftly spread. The pressure that Xiao Yan had unleashed on He Mu immediately vanished. A mere human brat. Even if you have some ability, you are merely SOSO. Do you really think that this sovereign can't do anything to you? It's merely a slightly stronger physical body. Don't forget that this world belongs to Do Qi and Genesis Qi. The saint body is merely a small path. Before his voice faded, He Mu's left palm suddenly struck the empty space. Space shattered as wave after wave of strange pitch-black fog spread from within, swiftly wrapping around He Mu's left palm. As the strange pitch-black fog wrapped around He Mu's palm, He Mu's complexion turned a little pale. His originally abundant aura also became somewhat sluggish. Immediately, however, He Mu's face was once again filled with a savage smile as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was charging over explosively. He laughed out loud and killing intent surged within his eyes as he coldly laughed. Since your body is at the saint level, come and have a taste of this sovereign's heart-shattering palm. Let's see if you are really that powerful. As his voice faded, He Mu's bowed figure instantly disappeared from the empty space. In the next instant, the space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly exploded as He Mu's figure appeared. His pitch-black palm was like a stone tablet as it viciously smashed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pupils involuntarily shrank a little when he saw this scene. His heart violently pounded as a sliver of fear quietly rose in his heart. Xiao Yan was even more alarmed when he felt the sliver of fear from the bottom of his heart. He Mu's palm had caused him to feel a deep sense of fear in his heart. The heart-shattering palm was truly as its name suggested. However, the current situation did not allow Xiao Yan to be the slightest bit careless. The fear in his heart would only cause him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Hence, even though Lin Dong had the intention in his heart, he could only forcefully suppress it. He poured all of his energy into this punch, causing the might of his punch to soar. Just the remnant force was enough to cause He Mu, who was standing in front of him, to once again feel a pressuring force. In the next instant, the frightening attacks of the two finally collided violently. The frightening might transformed into wave after wave of frightening storms that engulfed the entire space. At this moment, the entire space had become violent. The instant the heart-shattering palm collided with He Mu's, the raging, heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's large firearm completely poured out and pounced towards He Mu's body. This caused He Mu's expression to change involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to withdraw. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was so powerful that even he was unwilling to be contaminated by it. The frightening force on his fist was just like a dragon emerging from the sea as it violently smashed against He Mu's pitch-black palm. With his frightening physical body, coupled with the double strengthening of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the King Kong glass body, the strength of Xiao Yan's punch was sufficient to defeat a one-star half-emperor. When the force on his fist poured out, the expression on He Mu's face suddenly became grave. His skinny body involuntarily trembled violently. His firm mountain-like feet also involuntarily took half a step back. Only at this moment did He Mu truly understand how frightening Xiao Yan's physical body was. Even with his strength, he was still forced back by Xiao Yan's attack. Currently, Xiao Yan was a half-emperor. Other than those existences who truly stood at the peak of the half-emperor class, it was likely that there was no one else who could force Xiao Yan back. The current Xiao Yan was comparable to a high-level half-emperor among the half-emperor experts. However, if one were to look at Xiao Yan's current strength based on the surface, his strength was merely that of an advanced 3-star half-emperor. Normally speaking, a 5-star half-emperor would be able to easily deal with a half-emperor expert of this level. However, Xiao Yan was an anomaly among them. Of course, while Xiao Yan's strength was acknowledged by He Mu, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart became even denser. He Mu's heart-shattering palm also caused Xiao Yan to feel incomparably shocked from the bottom of his heart. There was no other reason. This heart-shattering palm was actually a true E-class Daoist skill. The moment his heart-shattering palm collided with He Mu's palm, Xiao Yan immediately clearly sensed that his heart had actually been shattered at that instant. An incomparable aura of death also lingered over Xiao Yan's already shattered heart. At the same time, Xiao Yan also clearly sensed that the spiritual strength that he had always been proud of was actually scattered by a single blow at this moment. At that moment, it was as though his soul had been shaken out of his body. Both his soul and body had actually died at that instant. If it were not for Xiao Yan's intelligence being far greater than an ordinary person and the heavenly flame restraining He Mu, it was likely that even if he did not die at this moment, he would at least end up seriously injured and defeated. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still felt waves of intense pain being emitted from his heart at this moment. Waves of intense pain that penetrated deep into his bones were also emitted from deep within his soul. In merely a couple of breaths' time, even the King Kong glass body that Xiao Yan had displayed was broken without being attacked. The godlike King Kong body suddenly scattered. Xiao Yan's body flew backwards uncontrollably. The aura of the heavenly flame on his body had also completely scattered. Puff! At the same time that he flew backwards, a large mouthful of fresh blood was also angrily spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. His originally sleek red face swiftly turned pale. TSK, how is it? Even if one's physical body has become a saint, it might not be able to protect one's heart. Suddenly, He Mu's dark cold laughter was transmitted over from nowhere and flew into Xiao Yan's ears. It caused his scattered spirit to swiftly stabilize in a moment of anxiety. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan also keenly sensed that his own spiritual strength had already been exhausted until there was not much left. This heart-shattering palm was really terrifying. Is this an E-class Daoist skill? Chapter 173. TSK. Physical body sanctification. This venerable self wants to see just how many heavy blows your 3-star half-martial emperor body can withstand from this venerable self. He Mu laughed. His body flashed and suddenly appeared below the continuously falling Xiao Yan's body. Energy gathered on his right leg and it ferociously kicked upwards. Bang! A muffled sound of flesh colliding was emitted. Xiao Yan's falling body suddenly paused in the air, following which, a frightening force completely invaded Xiao Yan's body. An instant later, that frightening force suddenly erupted and wreaked havoc within Xiao Yan's body. A clear bone-cracking sound was also emitted. If it was not for the heavenly flame protecting Xiao Yan's vital channels, it was likely that this attack alone would have been sufficient to take Xiao Yan's life. In the next instant, Xiao Yan, who was spitting out fresh blood from his mouth, was like a cannonball. With a bang, he was completely unable to control himself as he forcefully broke through the air above his body and shot towards the depths of the endless void. A large amount of fresh blood was spat out without any regard for money wherever it passed. It scattered and drifted down. Within a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan had completely turned into a blood person. Bang! 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 In an instant, successive bangs resounded over this space like a cannon. One could vaguely see a figure covered in blood continuously shuttling back and forth in this empty space. However, the way he shuttled back and forth was quite strange. TSK, get up? Isn't it physical body sanctification? Isn't it diamond body? Come, spar with this venerable self again. TSK. With a flash of his body, He Mu once again appeared in the air above Xiao Yan's body. His face was ferocious as he looked at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with ridicule. With a ferocious laugh, the corner of He Mu's mouth was lifted into a ruthless expression. Immediately, his gaze shifted to the position of Xiao Yan's heart on his chest. Brat, You are the first person in many years to be able to keep your heart intact after receiving my heart-shattering palm. Therefore, I would like to see how your heart is different from other people's hearts." Before his voice faded, He Mu's right hand suddenly stretched out. His palm transformed into a claw and viciously clawed at Xiao Yan's heart. If this claw struck its target, a bloody hole would definitely appear on Xiao Yan's chest. In the next moment, He Mu's hand claw had already shattered Xiao Yan's chest. The sharp force caused traces of fresh red blood to involuntarily appear on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's flat chest caved in under this sharp force. Fresh blood also spouted out from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Puff! With a puff sound, a beautiful flame angrily spat out from Xiao Yan's heart. The fierce flame turned into a huge fireball that shot toward He Mu. Seeing this scene, He Mu's expression instantly changed. However, his ice-cold expression became extremely gloomy in the next moment. However, He Mu also clearly knew that his current situation was not as stable as it appeared on the surface. The current him did not have the ability to randomly use an E-class Do technique. That heart-shattering palm earlier had already exhausted quite a lot of his essence. Seeing this heavenly flame protecting its master at this moment, He Mu did not dare to be careless even though he was furious in his heart. The reputation of a heavenly flame was after all not for nothing. Even this old demon from 10,000 years ago was also extremely afraid of it. Immediately, He Mu's hand claw, which was viciously clawing downwards, was instantly withdrawn. Soon after, his hand was suddenly inserted into the empty space in front of him. With a violent pull, a large section of the dark green vine was forcefully pulled out. "Go!" With a cry, He Mu's hand viciously swung that section of vine out. A ruthless expression once again surfaced on his face. Immediately, that section of vine was about to collide with the fireball. A thought passed through his mind and the dark green vine suddenly emitted a wave of dazzling green light. After which, that section of dark green vine suddenly exploded. A wild and violent Do-Chi storm instantly swept apart. The strength of the fireball was also forcefully blocked by this explosion. Humph! So what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? As long as I break this heavenly flame of yours, you will still be a dead soul under this venerable self's claws. With a stern cry, He Mu's body suddenly flashed and once again appeared below Xiao Yan's body, which was continuously falling. A fist was suddenly thrown out and once again sent Xiao Yan's falling body flying with a bang. Soon after, He Mu's body once again appeared directly above Xiao Yan's body. His hand claw was abruptly extended downwards and ruthlessly pierced into Xiao Yan's chest. Clang. However, what welcomed him was a sharp clang sound and bright sparks. An enormous force surged and Xiao Yan's body once again fell abruptly. He Mu's hand claw was startled and paused in the empty space. His pair of dark eyes were also filled with rich surprise. Based on his strength, this claw that could casually pierce through the empty space was actually unable to break through the surface of Xiao Yan's body. This truly caused this old fellow, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to feel extremely shocked. However, in the next instant, He Mu's pupils once again shrunk. At that moment, he seemed to have clearly seen a layer of scales on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Moreover, his powerful attack was blocked by those scales. That is... Faintly, He Mu felt that he seemed to have seen that layer of scales on Xiao Yan's body somewhere before. However, in the next instant, He Mu, who had yet to fully recover his senses, suddenly fell down uncontrollably. A huge force was transmitted from his wrist and controlled his body to fall downwards. I have no choice but to admit that no matter how weak the ancient practitioners were, they still possess strength that could not be underestimated. However, you are still not qualified to compete with me in terms of physical strength. Suddenly, a somewhat tired and cold voice gently floated into the black fungus. Soon after, He Mu instantly regained his senses. The owner of this voice was actually Xiao Yan. No matter what, he would never have imagined that this human brat, who had forcefully received his heart-shattering palm, would actually have the strength to retaliate at such a time. A younger generation member with such strength could really be called terrifying. However, before Mu could have any other thoughts in his heart, a tyrannical and violent force suddenly pounced towards him. This matter happened in an instant. Even with Mu's character, he was unable to dodge it. Therefore, even though Mu could feel the tyrannical and ruthless force of the force, he was ultimately unable to dodge it. There was no way for him to dodge, and that extremely powerful attack ruthlessly smashed onto Mu's face. Only when that attack arrived, Mu finally understood that this attack was actually Xiao Yan's heavy punch. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was stealthily emitted as Mu's face instantly distorted. Chapter 174. In the air, Xiao Yan, whose entire body was dyed with blood, was violently grabbing Mu's neck with one hand. His entire body was like a duck as he hung in the air. The excessive strength caused Mu's originally dark face to become completely red at this moment. A pair of dark eyeballs were forced to protrude outwards and were about to fall out. An E-class Do technique is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, the current you is unable to unleash its true strength. If you only have this much, I think that you have lost today. Xiao Yan gently spat out a mouthful of saliva that was filled with a bloody sweetness. His other hand gently rubbed his chest. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched occasionally as he spoke in a dense tone. At this moment, Xiao Yan had no choice but to admit that this heart-shattering palm was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. With just his current physical body and spiritual strength, it was really difficult for him to resist that frightening strength. Given Xiao Yan's current physical body, after the heart-shattering palm, strength was completely unleashed, an extremely deep crack line was unsurprisingly split open in Xiao Yan's heart. If it were not for the protection of the D bloodline and the heavenly flame within his body, it was likely that the current Xiao Yan would have difficulty standing up. Of course, this was not all. As an E-class Do technique, the heart-shattering palm did not only harm one's physical body. Xiao Yan's spirit had also been completely scattered by that palm. His spiritual essence had also nearly been injured. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had stepped into the realm of a rank 2 alchemist, it was likely that this attack would have caused Xiao Yan to end up seriously injured. From this, one could see just how frightening an E-class Do technique was. Most importantly, the current Mu's strength was not even 1/10,000th of back then. Being able to barely use it had already caused him to pay a huge price. Being able to unleash such a frightening strength that caused even Xiao Yan's heart to palpitate, the strength of this heart-shattering palm went without saying. Today, Xiao Yan was only barely able to withstand this frightening palm strike by relying on his powerful physical body and spiritual energy. However, if it were any other ordinary half-martial emperor, not to mention a 3-star half-martial emperor, even a 5-star half-martial emperor would not be able to withstand this palm strike. Once again, Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart at the terror of this heart-shattering palm. The gaze that he used to look at Mu became increasingly cold. The hand that was placed on his chest suddenly clenched. The heavenly flame on it gushed out from his pores with a puffed sound and covered his entire hand. Then Xiao Yan pulled Mu, who looked like a dead chicken, in front of him. His mouth was close to Mu's ear as he slowly spoke in a low voice. "Did you enjoy beating me up just now? Then, let me see just how strong your physical body is compared to mine, whose physical body is so weak in your eyes." Before his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's extremely imposing punch violently smashed into Mu's chest. The powerful and overbearing frightening force caused Mu's skinny chest to immediately sink in. From the outside, Mu's entire body looked just like a shriveled balloon, appearing extremely frightening. Crack! A clear sound quietly spread. An unknown number of the ribs on Mu's chest had been shattered by this sound. The long robe on his back, which could barely be considered intact, also seemed to have been torn apart by some kind of enormous force. With a bang, it was torn apart. On the fist, an extremely powerful and frightening hidden force whizzed out like a volcanic eruption. It completely poured into Mu's body, causing muffled explosive sounds to continuously be emitted from within Mu's body. After receiving such a frightening punch, even He Mu found it difficult to endure. The qi and blood in his body churned intensely. Fresh blood continuously surged out from his mouth, following his dry lips and rolling down. However, just as the bright red blood was about to drip onto the back of Xiao Yan's hand, it was instantly incinerated into nothingness by an invisible fierce flame amidst a chi-chi sound. Xiao Yan's expression became denser and colder after the punch landed. His hand, which was pinching He Mu, was suddenly swung upward with great force. His strong body suddenly turned on the spot and a brilliant, heavenly flame instantly rose on his right leg. A high temperature spread apart and the surrounding empty space appeared to have melted as wave after wave of water-like ripples spread out. It was as though the ice had melted. In the next moment, a ruthless expression suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's face. The rich dou qi within his body swiftly gathered on his right leg. Under the support of the dou qi, the fiercely burning, heavenly flame appeared incomparably dazzling like a shooting star. Octane blast. A glint shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes as he suddenly emitted an explosive cry in his heart. At the same time, his right leg, which was wrapped in a frightening heavenly flame, was suddenly swung forward. The cold wind was just like the edge of a blade that instantly tore through the empty space. Its frightening speed turned into waves of ear-piercing sonic booms that spread across the empty space. That frightening whip leg carried a frightening energy wind. The instant He Mu's body flew up and violently smashed into He Mu's shriveled chest. Bang! A muffled thunder-like explosion was mixed with a wave of clear bone-breaking sounds as it was emitted with a bang. At the same time, a circular brilliant flame wave spread out vertically with the point of impact as its center. However, before the flame wave could completely scatter, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned ruthless. He opened his mouth and let out an explosive cry. Explode! Bang! A bright explosion was suddenly emitted from within He Mu's body after he let out an explosive cry. Scarlet blood spurted out from all over He Mu's body. At the same time, his body also flew backwards like a meteor when this explosive sound was emitted. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he was naturally extremely clear in his heart that his powerful attack, which appeared to be able to seriously injure a one-star half-martial emperor, was actually just SOSO when it came to someone like He Mu. This punch of Xiao Yan's was able to injure He Mu's physical body, but it was unable to harm his essence. As long as his essence remained unharmed, it would ultimately be useless no matter how much strength Xiao Yan used. Most importantly, this physical body did not belong to He Mu. Hence, if he wanted to end this endless battle, he could only make a final gamble and decide the victor in one round. Seeing that He Mu had been blown to the edge of his sight, Xiao Yan also sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to relax so easily. His body also swiftly withdrew as he once again spoke in his heart. Old Gu, I hope that you can lend me a hand again. Xiao Yan's body emitted a bang after his voice sounded. A fierce, dense white flame was ignited on his body. Bone-chilling flame. The appearance of the bone-chilling flame caused the space around them to become distorted at this moment. The empty space was just like mud, appearing incomparably viscous. The originally thin air caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing at this moment. If it was not because his strength was sufficient to allow him to breathe, it was likely that he would have difficulty enduring until the final moment. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart following the appearance of the bone-chilling flame. The heavenly flame within his body swiftly surged out. The lineup this time around was undoubtedly much stronger than the few times he had fought with an 8-star half-martial emperor. Other than the nihility-devouring flame, all the heavenly flames in the top 5 of the heavenly flame ranking were present. Clusters of different colored heavenly flame essence bloomed magnificently like flowers. However, no one would underestimate the frightening strength contained within those few flowers. Xiao Yan's expression gradually became solemn after he took out these 4 clusters of fiercely burning heavenly flames. These heavenly flames in the top 5 of the heavenly flame ranking were under his control. Naturally, there would not be much of a problem when merging with these heavenly flames. At the very most, it would exhaust him a little. However, the borrowed bone-chilling flame was a true external aid. Forget about the rejection of the bone-chilling flame, even his own heavenly flame would not tolerate the existence of the bone-chilling flame. Although the bone-chilling flame's rejection of Xiaoyan could be ignored due to old Gu's existence, the strength of the bone-chilling flame was still present. With the support of Gu Yu's true essence body, it was impossible for the bone-chilling flame and Xiaoyan's heavenly flame to obediently cooperate. This was another great difficulty for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan knit his brows tightly. The merging this time around was much more difficult than the previous few times. However, before Xiaoyan could have any thoughts, He Mu's figure once again appeared at the edge of the distant empty space. It was just as Xiaoyan had expected. The two explosive attacks from earlier were unable to harm He Mu. Xiaoyan's frown immediately became twisted when he saw this scene. He steeled his heart and Xiaoyan's feet moved. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. His body also entered the empty space and roamed all over the place. The space exploded and He Mu's blood-drenched body appeared at the spot where Xiaoyan had been standing earlier. He Mu frowned slightly. Xiaoyan's speed had really exceeded his expectations. TSK, this brat is really extraordinary. Not only is he not weak, but his fleeing speed also exceeds an ordinary person. He Mu quietly sighed in his heart. Xiaoyan's tactics were really not weak. Just this agility do skill alone caused even He Mu to sigh in amazement despite his experience. However, He Mu once again emitted a strange laughter the next moment. His body moved and his claw violently grabbed at a certain empty space. Bang! A bang sounded and He Mu once again frowned. There was only a tattered robe under his hand. Xiaoyan's figure was nowhere to be seen. TSK, lucky brat. This venerable self wants to see just how many times you can dodge. He Mu's body once again flashed before his voice sounded. He instantly disappeared from this empty space. At the same time, the empty space suddenly exploded at a certain empty space 100 kilometers away. A shriveled hand suddenly extended from the empty space and crushed the empty space under the hand. Bang! However, it was a pity that the outcome was not as ideal as he had expected. What he caught in his wide palm was a piece of torn robe. Humph! A cold snort sounded. At this moment, He Mu did not dare to be careless. Xiaoyan's speed was not just for show. If he wanted to capture him, he would really need to use some strength. A thought passed through his mind and He Mu's body once again flashed. At the same time, his shriveled hand claw suddenly grabbed at a certain spot in the empty space. The empty space was immediately clamped and everything within it was sealed within. Humph! Let's see where you can escape to this time around. He Mu's furious cries suddenly sounded. His hand claw violently pierced into the empty space and suddenly clenched. This time around, the expected fresh blood did not appear. On the contrary, the expression on He Mu's shriveled face suddenly changed drastically. The hand claw that was pierced into the empty space was swiftly withdrawn. After the claw was pulled out, a layer of solid ice crystals covered the entire claw, making it look like a piece of art. However, when one looked at the claw, one could see that it was charred black, as if it had been roasted by fire. Chapter 175. Bang! Forcefully enduring the bone-deep searing pain that was transmitted from his entire hand, He Mu clenched his teeth tightly. The fury in his heart surged. The hand claw that was sealed within the hard ice abruptly exerted force. With a bang, the searing hard ice that wrapped around his entire hand was blasted apart, revealing a dark black hand within. Although the hard ice was broken, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flames still caused He Mu's entire hand to tremble intensely. Under the charred skin, the bone marrow that was wrapped around his flesh was completely charred black. From this, one could see just how frightening the bone-chilling flame was. Bastard! Bone-chilling flame, it's this thing again. Who exactly is this brat? The other, heavenly flames on his body are clearly just a wisp of essence. However, why is this bone-chilling flame so powerful? He Mu swiftly circulated the do qi within his body to suppress the bone-chilling flame that was continuing to erode his arm. At the same time, he felt a solemn feeling in his heart. If it was before, Mu was completely confident that he could forcefully suppress Xiao Yan before he used the bone-chilling flame. With the skills that he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Xiao Yan if he really wanted to. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that he had always been quite afraid of the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body. This bone-chilling flame would always give him an extremely dangerous aura. Although he did not know why, his intuition told him that he should not act recklessly before he saw Xiao Yan's true trump card. However, Mu was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. Having lived for 10,000 years, the pride in his heart was naturally quite high. To him, Xiao Yan was at the very most an anomaly among the younger generation. Even though this was the case, the threat that he posed to him was still minuscule. His skills were not something that this human brat in front of him could compare with. Even though his current strength was much weaker than before, wasn't the attitude of a strong person like this. Fury surged within Mu's heart. He immediately emitted a cold snort. His shriveled hand suddenly drew across the space in front of him. The empty space was suddenly torn apart by this ordinary hand of his. Xiao Yan, who was within it, also appeared in front of Mu. At a glance, the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body caused Mu's eyes to once again focus. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. However, in the next instant, his gaze immediately turned and locked onto the space between Xiao Yan's palms. At that place, 5 different colored flames were colliding with each other. The slight friction was like the collision of lightning, creating a burst of beautiful fireworks. However, those specks of star fragments and sparks forcefully caused the empty space around Xiao Yan's hand to be continuously torn apart. When he saw this scene, Mu's heart was immediately stunned. Soon after, a deep chill instantly spread from the bottom of his heart like wild grass. From Xiao Yan's palm, he finally sensed the aura that he had been waiting for. That aura was the terrifying strength that caused him to feel a lingering fear in his heart. When he clearly saw the different colored flames, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves in his heart. Those 5 intense flames were 5 types of genuine heavenly flames. When he looked at Xiao Yan's current actions, it was very obvious that he planned to completely merge these 5 types of heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Could it be that he has gone crazy? Even though the origin energy that these 5 types of heavenly flames possessed was much weaker than the actual heavenly flames, a heavenly flame was still a heavenly flame. It was a terrifying existence that no one could shake in this world. An individual heavenly flame was incomparably arrogant. Although they were all flames, they were incompatible like fire and water. Neither could tolerate the other. The fact that Xiao Yan's body was able to contain so many different types of heavenly flames was an extremely huge difference compared to Mu. When he saw Xiao Yan's actions at this moment, even though he was an old demon that had lived for 10,000 years, he still felt incomparably shocked. However, he quickly recovered. Regardless of whether the Dao skill that Xiao Yan was currently using was real or whether Xiao Yan was able to successfully use it, the wild, violent strength in Xiao Yan's palms was being brought together by him. Whether it succeeded or not, it was still an extremely great threat to him. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he must stop Xiao Yan from continuing. As he thought of this in his heart, a ruthless expression suddenly surfaced on Mu's solemn face. A thought passed through his heart, and the vortex within his body, which was originally green-colored, had already turned into a dark green color under Mu's control. At this moment, following the rotation of Mu's heart, the remaining Dao Qi completely surged into the numerous wide Qi paths within Mu's body. Following which, it followed the Qi paths and surged out of his body, agglomerating into a dark green Dao Qi armor on the surface of Mu's body. As long as the bone-chilling flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body was still present, it was a threat that Mu had difficulty dealing with. Therefore, in order to stop the seemingly dangerous, yet stable, wild and violent heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's palm, he had really put in a lot of effort. However, after doing all this, Mu did not appear to be at ease. His hand, which was burned until it was a bloody mess, flipped in the air and a jade bottle appeared in Mu's hand. Without any hesitation, He Mu suddenly clenched his hand and the jade bottle in his hand burst apart with a bang. Immediately, a cluster of viscous dark black mysterious liquid adhered to He Mu's hand and swiftly spread, wrapping around his entire arm. Soon after, it covered his entire body. He Mu also exhaled a long breath as he sensed a cool feeling being transmitted from his hand, which was being repeatedly burned by the heavenly flame. Soon after, his blade-like gaze looked at Xiaoyan. "Bastard brat, I did not expect that you actually have so many heavenly flames on your body. However, since you like to play with fire so much, this venerable self shall let you play with fire and burn yourself." Before his voice sounded, He Mu's body had already disappeared from his original spot. His hand, which was covered by the dark black viscous liquid, grabbed at Xiaoyan's abdomen. Even though Xiaoyan had the help of a man-class agility do technique like the Sky Absolute Step, He Mu, who had unleashed all of his strength, was ultimately too lacking. Xiaoyan's body had just dodged when He Mu's hand claw quickly followed and grabbed at Xiaoyan's abdomen. Although he had dodged most of it, the heavenly flame protecting his body was also forcefully separated. The dark black shiny hand claw viciously tore at Xiaoyan's waist. An ear-piercing sonic boom spread. The dense white, heavenly flame on Xiaoyan's waist was forcefully separated, revealing the scales that contained a purple-gold glow under it. At this moment, 5 ink-like black claw marks appeared on Xiaoyan's waist along with some faint traces of blood. The scales that contained a purple-gold glow around the claw marks were actually corroded a little by the dark black viscous liquid that covered them. Clearly, the dark black viscous liquid was extremely poisonous. However, it was fortunate that Xiaoyan, who had the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, was completely immune to this frightening poison. Of course, on the other hand, Xiaoyan did not dare to underestimate this thing. Just the fact that it was able to forcefully separate the bone-chilling flame was enough to cause Xiaoyan to treat it seriously. The next moment, as He Mu's hand claw swiftly left, the dense white, heavenly flame also pounced forward. After emitting a slight chi-chi sound, a grayish-black chi flew out from the heavenly flame. Looking at He Mu again, the dense white, bone-chilling flame relentlessly pounced forward after he had just withdrawn his hand claw that was covered with the dark black venom. The heavenly flame, which was originally stuck to his hand claw, swiftly spread to his entire body. The chi-chi sound, which was like being fried, immediately sounded. "Bastard, get lost." The fiercely burning heavenly flame caused He Mu, who was under it, to feel incomparable pain. He let out a furious cry and the do chi within his body surged out. Immediately, He Mu's entire body shook violently. The do chi that had just surged out of his body suddenly exploded, completely dispersing the bone-chilling flame. Only then did he once again look at Xiaoyan with a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, Xiaoyan took advantage of the gap when He Mu was being pestered by the bone-chilling flame to unleash the Sky Extinction Step with all his might. His body had already withdrawn by tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, the fire glow on the 5 clusters of different colored, heavenly flames in Xiaoyan's hands finally began to slowly merge together under Xiaoyan's control. He Mu's heart was immediately greatly startled when he saw this. Immediately, however, it transformed into an explosive cry that was filled with murderous intent. His body once again flashed and the empty space of tens of thousands of kilometers was instantly traversed by him. A hoarse, stern cry was emitted from He Mu's throat. His hand claw was bent and the do chi within his body swiftly gathered in his hand claw. The blood color on his face also swiftly turned pale at this moment. Clearly, the following attack would definitely not be weaker than the heart-shattering palm. Heaven-capturing claw. An explosive cry was emitted. He Mu's hand claw had already grabbed toward Xiaoyan from a distance. In the next moment, the empty space within a 1,000-kilometer radius suddenly exploded. An invisible hand claw appeared in the empty space. The hand claw fell and violently grabbed at Xiaoyan. At this moment, the originally illusory empty space was even sharper than the edge of a blade. In merely an instant, Xiaoyan had already been completely sealed. He did not even have the opportunity to withdraw. TSK 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 TSK, die. Die. In the end, you are merely a human brat. How can your strength contend with this venerable self? Even if you have the heavenly flame protecting your body, do you really think that this venerable self will not be able to do anything to you? Seeing that Xiaoyan had been sealed by this heaven-capturing claw, the corners of He Mu's scarlet mouth parted into a bloodthirsty ice-cold smile. A scarlet glow shot out from both of his eyes like a rainbow. His expression as he stared at Xiaoyan became increasingly excited. It was as though he had already seen Xiaoyan's miserable death. Xiaoyan's pair of beautiful flame eyes stared intently at the incoming hand claw. The strength contained within it was something that even he was unable to contend with. He was certain that if he was even the slightest bit touched by it, it was likely that his physical body, which he had painstakingly trained, would be completely crippled. Not only that, he would also fall into a seriously injured state. At that time, it was likely that he would only be at the mercy of He Mu. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan's heart immediately became incomparably anxious. The merger of the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in his palm also quietly sped up without anyone noticing. However, the current Xiaoyan was no longer the young and inexperienced brat from back then. Although the situation before him was urgent, he was extremely clear in his heart that the more desperate the situation was, the more he needed to remain calm. If the frightening might of this heaven-capturing claw really caused his mind to become unstable, the backlash from the heavenly flames would also result in his death. Hence, instead of worrying about this heaven-capturing claw in front of him, it was better for him to wholeheartedly focus on controlling and merging the heavenly flames in his palm. Perhaps he might still have a chance. Otherwise, he would definitely die without a burial site today. Hence, he must succeed in the merger today. Success or failure was all in his hands. Xiaoyan's gaze stared intently at the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in his hands. A frightening spiritual strength instantly swept out like a storm. The invisible spiritual strength swiftly wrapped around the 5 clusters of heavenly flames and used all its strength to maintain the balance between them. Perhaps it was because of this critical moment that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength actually faintly rose a little. This allowed him to better control the balance between the 5 clusters of heavenly flames. The merger of the 5 clusters of heavenly flames naturally exhausted a great amount of Do Qi. Moreover, Xiaoyan wanted to wholeheartedly control the bone-chilling flame. The exhaustion of his Do Qi was incomparably frightening. In merely a couple of breaths, Xiaoyan felt that the Do Qi in his body had been completely exhausted. A tiredness that originated from his soul swept over his entire body. However, he knew that at this very moment, he definitely could not relax even a little. Heavenly flames, merge for me. Xiaoyan's teeth suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiaoyan to immediately recover his clarity of mind. Immediately, he clenched his teeth tightly. The muscles on his entire face tensed up at this moment. After which, a low and deep beast-like roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's throat. At this moment, there was a somewhat ferocious expression on his stiff face. After his roar sounded, his hands suddenly slapped together. As the flame exploded, the purple gold dragon scales on Xiaoyan's hands were involuntarily torn apart. Fresh blood was just like a small snake as it coiled and flowed on Xiaoyan's arms. Some of the faint purple gold blood vessels within it also quietly merged into Xiaoyan's arms after circulating once. In the next moment, after the flames scattered, a mysterious feeling immediately rippled within Xiaoyan's heart. A faint, strange feeling continued to swirl within Xiaoyan's heart. It was just like a horned dragon in a pool, appearing and disappearing. At this moment, an incomparably beautiful 5-color fire lotus slowly surfaced in front of Xiaoyan. The 5-color fire lotus slowly rotated. However, following the rotation of the fire lotus, the surrounding 10,000 feet space was repeatedly torn apart. Darkness, at the same time, a terrifyingly high temperature spread throughout the entire mysterious space. The endless space was completely distorted at this moment. At this moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. Seeing the 5-color fire lotus floating in front of Xiaoyan, He Mu's face, who was nearby, involuntarily twitched violently. A feeling of terror rose from the bottom of his heart like floodwaters. Xiao Yan glanced at He Mu's terrified expression with disdain. Finally, a smile of relief was revealed on his pale face. Immediately, both of his hands pushed forward with all his strength. At the same time, his mouth did its best to shout, "Buddhas! Fury! Fire! Lotus!" Chapter 176. The beautiful five-colored fire lotus was just like an exquisite piece of art. Its beautiful appearance caused one's heart to be intoxicated. However, at this moment, this seemingly harmless fire lotus suddenly began to tremble the instant it flew out. Inch by inch, the empty space was like a staircase to heaven. It repeatedly collapsed following the direction the fire lotus flew in. One layer, another layer, on the opposite side, the heaven-capturing claw, which was similarly filled with an imposing aura, also shook the entire empty space. The dark, deep empty space was repeatedly compressed and solidified. It appeared to be viscous as it transformed into a beast claw that towered to the sky. It tore through the empty space and furiously clawed at the distant, angry Buddha lotus flame. The fire lotus, which appeared to be only the size of a wash basin, appeared just like an extremely tiny speck of dust when compared to this enormous claw that towered to the sky. It caused one to unknowingly have an illusion that one could not compare with it. Xiao Yan helplessly endured the frightening wind that came head-on. His pale face was distorted by the whistling wind at this moment. The wind was bitterly cold, causing his breathing to become increasingly difficult. At this moment, the Dou Qi within his body was severely lacking. He really had no way to ignore this frightening wind. If it was any other time, it was likely that this kind of wind would have difficulty even approaching 1,000 feet. Of course, He Mu was not much better off in comparison. Over half of the layer of dark black sticky liquid on the surface of his body had already disappeared. The aura on his body was also extremely weak. Even his body had involuntarily swayed slightly when the wind came attacking. The key to the victory of this battle was the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heaven-capturing claw that were about to collide at this moment. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the waves of weariness and powerlessness that were emitted from his body. He forcefully supported his falling body. His dark black eyes stared intently at the slowly rotating fire lotus. Xiao Yan's dry throat rolled violently. His heartbeat also swiftly increased at this moment. At this moment, even with his character, he involuntarily felt incomparably anxious because of the current battle situation. He was naturally aware of the might of the Buddha's fiery lotus. Moreover, the Buddha's fiery lotus this time could be said to be the most powerful one he had ever unleashed. There was naturally no need to doubt its strength. However, He Mu's heaven-capturing claw was also an E-class Dou technique with a monstrous might. Even though its strength could not be compared to back then, an E-class Dou technique was still an E-class Dou technique. The deterrent force of the Dou technique was displayed clearly. Using Xiao Yan's man-class Dou technique to fight against it caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely worried. On the other hand, the anxiety in He Mu's heart was not much less than Xiao Yan's. The wild and violent might of the angry Buddha lotus flame merged with 5 types of heavenly flames. That kind of destructive strength caused his heart to palpitate even though he was a great distance away. Although his heaven-capturing claw was a dignified E-class Dou technique, his current strength could not be compared to back then. How could he unleash the true might of an E-class Dou technique? It was already not bad to be able to fight against this fire lotus. It was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan. At the same time that his heart palpitated, He Mu's heart was also extremely shocked. It was likely that an ordinary man-class Dou technique could not compare with such a frightening Dou technique. In this way, would this fire lotus not at the very least be a man-class high-level Dou technique? A little bandy brat was actually able to possess a man-class high-level Dou technique. Even in the ancient times, there were not many factions that could possess such a wealth from the younger generation. Just who was the person behind this brat? At this moment, He Mu's heart could not help but become anxious once again. There was also some hesitation deep within his heart. It was fine if Xiao Yan was just a lone practitioner. However, if there was a faction behind him, It would definitely be a terrifying person that even he had to keep a safe distance from. If it was that kind of faction, the moment Xiao Yan died, the murderer would be able to be determined to be He Mu. At that time, it was likely that he would have difficulty escaping this calamity. However, he had already made a move. Even if he released Xiao Yan at this moment, there would not be any good outcome. Why not go all the way? In any case, there would be the same outcome whether he killed Xiao Yan or not. Naturally, he would not let him off. As he thought of this, a ruthless expression instantly flashed across He Mu's dark eyes. Immediately, his gaze looked at Xiao Yan. The killing intent in his eyes gradually became denser. The moment Xiao Yan sensed the expression in He Mu's eyes, the beautiful fire lotus in the air violently collided with the enormous claw with a frightening aura. As the fire lotus slowly rotated, the outermost golden lotus petals quietly separated from its body and floated around the fire lotus. Circle after circle of golden flame ripples spread out, turning into a curtain of fire that covered the entire space. As the ripples spread out, they were forcefully blocked in the empty space within 100 miles. It was like an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire empty space covered by the fire curtain. In Xiao Yan's eyes, Ling Tian's enormous claw had finally reached down. In front of him, the fire lotus, which was like a speck of dust, appeared to be in imminent danger. It was likely that it would be torn apart by the frightening astral winds that came pressing down in the next instant. However, compared to this imagination, the strength of the fire lotus was even more prominent. With the fire curtain blocked, the heavenly fire that spread out also scattered, transforming into wisps of flames that slowly dissipated into the air. After breaking through the fire curtain, the heaven-capturing claw seemed to become even more arrogant. A terrifying pressure broke through the void. Numerous bright silver spatial storms shot out from the depths of the void like the sharpness of blades. They danced in all directions in this space, causing one to shudder with fear at a glance. The strength that such a wild and violent spatial storm possessed was something that even an ordinary one-star ban emperor would not dare to easily ignore. From the looks of it, before the wild and violent spatial storm could wreak havoc, it would be shattered into pieces by the frightening might of the heaven-capturing claw. The might of the world was merely a decoration at this moment. The terror of this E-class Do technique was obvious. Of course, while the spatial storm raged, there were naturally a couple of bright energy pillars that swept towards the fire lotus. From the looks of its frightening might, it appeared as though it wanted to shatter the fire lotus in an instant. Compared to it, the might of the fire lotus was even greater. The lotus petals that were scattered around its body slowly rotated. The seemingly thin lotus petals were just like sharp blades as they rotated. Numerous spatial cracks that were nearly undetectable appeared in the invisible space as they slowly rotated. The tiny cracks intertwined with each other in an irregular manner, appearing just like an extremely small net. However, its sharpness was something that even some of the famous divine steel on the continent would likely appear like tofu in front of it. In the face of this invisible shield, those few bright spatial storms were naturally unable to create any waves. With just a single exchange, these spatial storms, which even a one-star half-martial emperor had to be cautious against, were shattered with a single strike. A clear glass shattering sound was quietly emitted. Following the spreading of another invisible spatial ripple, the atmosphere within this space suddenly became tense. The lotus petals that were floating around the fire lotus suddenly trembled intensely the instant the sound was emitted. Wave after wave of surging fire energy swept out like a turbulent sea wave. In merely an instant, a frightening cluster of fire that was 1,000 feet large stood in the empty space like a sun. A dazzling fire light shot in all directions, attacking deep into the empty space. The searing hot flame raged in the empty space. Under the gaze of the naked eye, the dark and empty space appeared just like a cluster of viscous liquid. At a glance, one's sight was blocked by the empty space in front of one, unable to look into the deeper darkness. In contrast, at the same time that the lotus petals changed, Ling Tian's hand claws also became increasingly solid. Waves of dark black fog rose, transforming into sharp arrows in the empty space. With a biting cold glint, They were aimed directly at the fire lotus. The black fog rose. In merely an instant, the entire empty space was filled with countless sharp arrows. At a glance, this endless amount of arrows were just like numerous pitch-black poisonous snakes. Their sharp poisonous fangs were impatiently staring at the fire lotus. It was as though they would tear the fire lotus apart in the blink of an eye if the weather changed. In the next moment, a large black mass of arrows had already completely surrounded the fire lotus. The fire lotus was surrounded by arrows. At this moment, even the dazzling firelight that he was so proud of had been completely buried. Chapter 177. Swoosh! Suddenly, the countless number of arrows that covered the entire empty space instantly shot out. They were just like arrows that had been released from a bow as they pierced through the empty space. Numerous sharp arrows carried an incomparably strong wind as they smashed into the invisible spatial crack lines around the fire lotus. Immediately, a clear sound similar to glass shattering appeared unceasingly. Circular water-like spatial ripples also appeared on the invisible spatial crack lines. In fact, within a couple of breaths' time, the invisible shield that was formed by the countless number of spatial crack lines had also been forcefully smashed into a couple of fist-sized holes by this continuous bombardment. Those tiny spatial crack lines also became increasingly large. Clearly, this spatial crack line alone was unable to block this wild and crazy attack. All it needed was a moment before the spatial crack lines around the fire lotus would be completely scattered. However, the fire lotus was indifferent to this. The only thing that changed was that the few paper-thin fire lotus petals around it had begun to rotate wildly. The rapid rotation caused an additional fire circle to appear around the fire lotus. The strength and brutality of the heavenly flame caused the surrounding space to appear like a leaf that had been swept into a storm as it was instantly torn apart. Not only that, this frightening firestorm was also swiftly growing at a frightening speed. Within a breath's time, it had soared to 1,000 feet in size. The fire lotus was hidden within it, as though everything that was happening in the outside world had nothing to do with it. Within this space, the empty space was being wildly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Even larger pieces of paper were being mercilessly torn apart. The frightening firestorm was still continuing to grow. The expressions on Xiao Yan and He Mu's faces were different when they saw this scene from the outside. The thing that Xiao Yan did not expect was that this angry Buddha lotus flame, that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flames, was actually this frightening. It had merely moved its body randomly, and it had directly torn apart the frightening attack of the heaven-capturing claw. This point caused even him, its owner, to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. On the other hand, He Mu's face, which was covered with mysterious symbols, had an expression that appeared as though it could scare someone to death. The muscles on both sides of his mouth were violently pulled downwards. His pair of shady old eyes appeared as though they were about to spit out fire. The coarse and heavy breathing that was emitted from his nose caused one to feel afraid upon seeing it. This gloomy appearance was as though someone owed him $100 million, causing one's heart to shudder. At this moment, the countless number of sharp arrows that were shooting toward the fire lotus in the empty space were just like yellow autumn leaves that had fallen into it. They were just like fish in the pond that had been caught in it. However, they were unable to avoid it. Even though they possessed a frightening strength that could tear apart the empty space, they appeared to be powerless at this moment. With just one collision, they were torn apart by the frightening firestorm and instantly turned into nothingness. A moment later, after the countless number of arrows in the empty space had been completely destroyed, this wild and violent firestorm once again appeared to have cleared up after the rain. The turbulent empty space finally slowly returned to its calm state. Xiao Yan and He Mu were finally able to once again see the expressions on each other's faces through the empty space. Seeing the expression on He Mu's face, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit surprised in his heart. After all, it was likely that no one would have any good emotions in their hearts after having used a powerful Do technique and still ended up suffering a great loss. At this moment, this manner of He Mu was precisely what Xiao Yan wanted to see. He Mu's pair of extremely dark and solemn eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan at the same time that Xiao Yan saw him. The furious expression in his eyes appeared as though he wished that he could eat Xiaoyan in one bite. However, this violent expression was ultimately exchanged with a cold smile from Xiaoyan. Immediately, the fury in He Mu's eyes soared once again. His pair of dark green eyes were swiftly replaced by a dark and solemn crimson color. The dark black empty space caused one to be unable to sense the wild storm that had occurred in this place a moment ago. Of course, the countless number of dark black arrows that had scattered along with it were also completely swept away. This space once again returned to a temporary silence. However, the atmosphere that was filled with a pressuring force caused one to have a heavy feeling as though a storm was about to arrive. This moment of silence was the final moment before the storm arrived. Once this silence was over, true terror would descend upon this world in the form of the destruction of the world. At that time, it would be the moment where the victor would be decided in a single blow. At this moment, all of the bets of these two people were placed here. Xiaoyan and He Mu looked at each other from a distance within the quiet empty space. The beautiful fire lotus slowly rotated in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. The surrounding space once again collapsed following it. In front of He Mu, the heaven-capturing claw that had covered the entire empty space was facing off against the fire lotus. At this moment, it had also gathered all of its aura and was waiting for the moment to completely erupt. At this moment, an extremely solemn expression appeared on the faces of these two people. Clearly, even with the strength of these two people, they did not dare to guarantee that they would win the current situation. Xiaoyan's talent was indeed frightening, and his strength could be considered as truly outstanding among those of the same generation. However, the fellow in front of him was a genuine ancient demon. His original strength was so frightening that even on this continent, he was a terrifying existence that was not the slightest bit weak. Even though his current strength was not as strong as it was back then, after all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. When facing He Mu, he had to be extremely alert. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say who would be the one to die. Xiaoyan was unwilling to do such a foolish thing that would cause him to fail miserably. Compared to Xiaoyan, the current He Mu was even more intensely nervous. In his heart, he had never imagined that Xiaoyan's true strength would actually far surpass his expectations. At this moment, the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed could already be considered to be invincible among the half-martial emperors. It was simply impossible for an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor to have any chance of survival when faced with this fire lotus. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if they were to receive all of the power of this fire lotus by themselves, even if they did not die, they would only be left with half a life. Of course, as a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to sit and wait for death when faced with such a frightening Dou skill. The current Xiaoyan did not have the opportunity to use this fire lotus in front of a 9-star half-martial emperor. If it was not for the fact that He Mu was in a weakened state today, how could Xiaoyan possibly have the opportunity to injure him? Time slowly passed. Within the empty space, the speed at which the gorgeous fire lotus rotated also became faster and faster. Gradually, even with the eyesight of Xiaoyan and He Mu, they were actually only able to vaguely see the outline of the fire lotus. At this moment, the gorgeous fire lotus appeared like a flywheel. From its outer appearance, it was simply impossible to find the slightest trace of a fire lotus. The most surprising thing was that the empty space surrounding the fire lotus was actually not affected in the slightest by such an extremely fast rotation. It still appeared to be calm. However, before the perception of Xiaoyan and He Mu, all of this was revealed regardless of how perfect the decoration was. When they sensed the abnormality around the fire lotus, even the master of the fire lotus, Xiaoyan, involuntarily revealed a shocked expression on his pale face. Under the investigation of Xiaoyan's frightening spiritual strength, the seemingly calm empty space around the fire lotus at this moment was actually a frightening whirlpool that appeared like a waterspout under the calmness of the space. Following the rapid rotation of the fire lotus, the invisible space formed a funnel-like frightening whirlpool in the empty space. The empty space was being continuously devoured by it. Soon after, it merged with the whirlpool, causing the space within the whirlpool to become increasingly viscous. In merely a short moment, the space within the whirlpool had become like the deep sea. The frightening spatial pressure caused even Xiao Yan's illusory spiritual strength to involuntarily feel a wave of heaviness. From this, it could be seen just how frightening the pressure within the whirlpool was. Chapter 178. While Xiao Yan was investigating the situation around the fire lotus, He Mu on the opposite side had similarly reflected the invisible whirlpool in his eyes. His expression changed as his heart involuntarily became speechless at this heaven-defying technique of Xiao Yan's. He had never expected that a brat whose strength was merely that of a half D-class would actually be able to display such a frightening Do technique. From the looks of it, this Fire Lotus Do technique clearly still had room for improvement. In other words, the future tier of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame would not be limited to a man-class Do technique. Once it truly matured, in addition to the continuous growth of Xiao Yan's strength, the strength of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame would become increasingly frightening. At that time, this Angry Buddha Lotus Flame might even directly surpass the category of a Ling-class Do technique and become an E-class Do technique. When he thought of this, even with He Mu's character, his heart involuntarily thumped. As an old fellow from 10,000 years ago, he was naturally extremely clear about the terror of an E-class Do technique. After all, at this moment, he had 3 E-class Do techniques in his hands. Even if this was placed in the ancient times, it would still be considered an extremely large fortune. He Mu clearly remembered that back then, there were many strong people who were stronger than him who wanted to compete with him. However, in the end, all of their efforts were in vain, and they suffered a double loss after trying to win. When He Mu, who possessed an E-class Do technique, unleashed it with all his strength, even if the other party's strength had reached the Source Zone class, the overbearing E-class Do technique would still allow He Mu to remain in an invincible position. Hence, He Mu had always paid great attention to E-class Do techniques in his heart. As for the Sheng-class Do technique that was one level higher, He Mu did not even dare to think about it. Even in his era, that kind of Do technique was something that only the truly strong people on the continent could possess. The strength of that kind of Do technique was something that even with He Mu's character in the past, he had never dared to imagine. A man-class Do technique was sufficient to completely destroy a part of the world. Wouldn't a Ling-class Do technique be even better? An E-class Do technique was already sufficient to treat the world as nothing. In that case, a Sheng-class Do technique. He Mu's body suddenly trembled when he thought of this. His empty eyes hurriedly recovered. He shook his head and swiftly cut off the thread of thought in his heart, after which he once again looked at Xiao Yan with a lingering fear in his heart. However, at this moment, He Mu's tanned face appeared somewhat pale. In front of a Sheng-class Do technique, even he did not dare to think too much. This did not mean that he was afraid of a Saint-class Do skill. A Do skill would forever be a medium for Do Qi or Genesis Qi. Without someone to use it, it was similarly useless. However, the Sheng-class Do technique did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, it would not cause He Mu's hair to stand just by thinking about it. Not only was the Sheng-class Do technique frightening, but it was also difficult to control it without sufficient strength. As for the Sheng-class taboo Do techniques that were even more difficult to imagine, with that kind of power, perhaps the entire continent would suffer from a destructive storm. Fortunately, let alone a Sheng-class taboo Do technique, there had not been any news of a Sheng-class Do technique in the past 1,000 years on the continent. Even an E-class Do technique was something that the number of people who could truly grasp in the hands of the current continent was similarly very few. After all, while a frightening Do technique of that level was extremely powerful, it also required quite a lot of effort to create. In this aspect, only those true experts on the continent were able to do so. At the same time, the most important factor was one's comprehension ability, some other ethereal state, or some special inheritance left behind by some experts. Perhaps one would have the opportunity to create a Do technique. Otherwise, it was something like trying one's luck. For example, Xiao Yan. The situation had changed. Under the suppression of the combined strength of the experts on the continent, all the Do skills that surpassed the Tian-class Do skill had to be released into the endless empty space when they were unleashed. This rule also prevented the entire continent from being turned into a desolation by the battles between the experts. While Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame was swiftly agglomerating its strength, the similarly incomparably frightening E-class Do technique, Heaven Capturing Claw, was crazily fighting for all the energy within this space. On the dark black hand claw, the hand claw that was agglomerated from the endless void was currently emitting waves after waves of frightening devouring strength. That strength originated from the void. At this moment, it was once again devouring the void, causing it to become even more frightening. As the endless void was repeatedly devoured, a layer of dark black light spots was swiftly agglomerating at a speed visible to the naked eye on the surface of the dark black hand claw. Following the agglomeration of these dark black light spots, numerous armor-like items vaguely appeared on this frightening hand claw. Those fragments also gradually joined together under the repeated agglomeration of the dark black light spots. The shattered armor was also being restored to its original condition. Xiao Yan outside of the arena immediately knit his brows tightly when he saw this scene. This heaven-capturing claw was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. It was actually able to use the spatial strength within the endless void to agglomerate an armor. In this way, not only did the heaven-capturing claw obtain a great increase in its strength, it was also able to repeatedly swallow the spatial strength around it to replenish itself. If the angry Buddha lotus flame was unable to break it in one go, it was likely that the result would not be something that the current Xiao Yan was willing to see. Being the owner of this heaven-capturing claw, He Mu did not appear to be too surprised in his heart when he saw the scene that was happening on the heaven-capturing claw. This heaven-capturing claw was one of his trump cards when he was at his peak. Even now, the angry Buddha lotus flame in front of him was not weak. However, he still had quite a lot of confidence in his heaven-capturing claw. An E-class Do technique was not something that could be described with words alone. Sensing the waves of increasingly frightening aura that was being emitted from the heaven-capturing claw, He Mu's face, which had become somewhat nervous because of the angry Buddha lotus flame, once again recovered its calmness at this moment. It seemed that in order to borrow the strength of the heaven-capturing claw, to take down Xiao Yan in one go, the current He Mu had truly gone all out. One could see that He Mu's pair of shriveled hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were slowly extended out. His shriveled hands were slightly curled as they were lifted. He gently drew across his forehead, which was covered with wrinkles. His usually unremarkable fingernails were even sharper than those steel blades and swords at this moment. As He Mu's fingertips drew across, a bloody wound was slowly cut open in the middle of his brows. After which, under He Mu's control, a drop of essence blood, which carried a dark golden glow, slowly floated in front of He Mu. At the same time that this essence blood was forced out, He Mu's originally pale face became even more withered and yellow. Under his shriveled face, it appeared that only a piece of his skull was left. The glow within his pair of shady eyes had also completely disappeared. The aura of his entire body had suddenly dropped by a level at this moment. Given He Mu's current condition, the price of using the essence blood within his body was indeed a little too great. However, it was fortunate that this body did not completely belong to him. While he was suffering, the original owner of this body, Qing Mu, would also be implicated. Thus, He Mu's heart felt a little better. However, the current situation was not like this. What he needed to do was to once again raise the strength of the heaven-capturing claw. As an E-class Do technique, the current heaven-capturing claw did not even possess 1% of its strength at its peak condition. The most important aspect of an E-class Do technique was the merger of Do Qi and spiritual strength. Only when the two were merged and complemented each other would its strength be able to be multiplied. He Mu appeared somewhat strenuous as he inhaled a deep breath of the air in front of him that contained a bloody stench that pounced toward him. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. The moment he opened them again, a glow shot out in all directions from his eyes. A thought passed through his heart, and the remaining Do Qi in his body began to surge like a surging river. Waves of majestic spiritual strength between He Mu's brows also transformed into waves of earth-shaking waves that swept toward every corner of this space. In the next moment, He Mu's right hand's index finger and middle finger were placed together. He moved his wrist and the tip of his finger repeatedly flashed over that drop of essence blood. At the same time that his finger repeatedly flashed, the waves of invisible spiritual strength around him also seemed to have been attracted by something and completely gathered toward that drop of essence blood. Merge for me. Suddenly, He Mu's mouth emitted a low beast-like cry. His dark black index finger also pressed on that drop of essence blood at the same time as this low cry was emitted. Immediately, light shot in all directions. Countless golden lights that were wrapped by spiritual strength shot out in all directions like numerous glaring sunlight. Immediately, all of them gathered into the heaven-capturing claw. They followed the numerous swirls on the surface of the heaven-capturing claw and merged into it, causing the heaven-capturing claw to vaguely possess a kind of special strength, buzz. At a certain moment, a buzzing sound that seemed to cause space to tremble was suddenly emitted from the quiet, empty space. Immediately, one could see a circular brilliant flame wave in the empty space swiftly spread apart like a wave on the sea following that buzzing sound. It broke through all the restraints of the surrounding space and directly collided with the enormous Ling Tian's hand claw that was surrounding it. Ling Tian's hand claw also seemed to have sensed something. The hand claw that covered most of the empty space also emitted a buzzing sound at this moment. Immediately, this enormous hand claw appeared to have come alive. The enormous hand claw suddenly moved. Its 5 fingers spread open and it waved the sharp hand claw. A claw violently smashed toward the incoming flame wave. At this moment, the true collision had just begun. Chapter 179. Bang! A frightening Do-Chi storm swept apart like a tsunami from the empty space. The beautiful flame was mixed with a dense black-colored fog. The two were like 2 enormous dragons that were entangled with each other as they swept in all directions with this frightening Do-Chi storm. At this moment, the entire space began to tremble intensely. Even the world above the space, which had just returned to its peaceful state, began to tremble slightly at this moment. What is going on? A light flashed in the sky above the endless forest. Immediately, old Luo's figure appeared in the empty space. A pair of sharp old eyes were filled with a grave expression as he stared at the ground in the forest below. Just a moment ago, old Luo had clearly sensed a slight tremor in this space. The reason for the tremor was from the ground in front of him. More accurately speaking, it should be from deep within the ground. With old Luo's cultivation and extraordinary perception, he was able to tell that the strength that caused this space to tremble originated from 2 kinds of Do skills, even though he was unable to completely absorb the scene at the source of the tremor in his eyes. Old Luo's expression involuntarily changed slightly when he sensed this. He Mu had dragged Xiaoyan deep into the ground for half a month. With He Mu's strength, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already become a dead soul under his claws during this half a month. Since this was the case, who was the person who had used the Do skills at this moment? Old Luo's gloomy expression, which had been gloomy for half a month, immediately became gloomy when he thought of Xiaoyan. Something had happened to Xiaoyan. All of this could ultimately be blamed on him. However, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. It had only been half a month. Why had the deep ground once again become turbulent? Just what is going on. Don't tell me that brat Yen Xiao is actually still alive? But with He Mu's methods, how could he possibly leave Yen Xiao alive? Moreover, Yen Xiao was already an arrow at the end of its flight back then. Even if he had recovered during this half a month, he would definitely not be a match for He Mu. That person. After analyzing in his heart, Elder Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. The expression between his eyebrows seemed to have thought of something. He slightly clenched his fists under his sleeves and muttered to himself in a low voice, "Could it be that this is that old fellow Qin Mu? Did he break free?" When he thought of this, Elder Luo felt a little more relaxed. Now that Xiaoyan was in trouble and Qin Mu was still alive, this could be considered a good outcome for him. However, old Luo quickly knitted his brows. Based on his understanding of the two of them, He Mu's strength was stronger than Qin Mu's. In the past, he had to join forces with Qin Mu in order to barely suppress He Mu. Although He Mu had exhausted all the energy he had accumulated over the past 1,000 years in the great battle half a month ago, Qing Mu had also exhausted a lot of energy in that battle. Under He Mu's control, the energy in his body must have been exhausted. And after half a month of recovery, even if He Mu could not return to his previous state, he was definitely not someone that Qing Mu could deal with. If Qing Mu were to fight again at this time, the result would not be good. When he thought of this, the relaxed expression on Elder Luo's face could not help but become nervous again. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Luo quickly calmed down. He flipped his palm and a green jade token appeared in his palm. The moment the jade token appeared, Elder Luo clenched his fist and the green jade token was instantly crushed into a pile of stone powder. At the same time, in the depths of the vast forest, there was a flash of brilliance. Dozens of figures flew into the sky and turned into green meteors as they rapidly flew toward Elder Luo. Elder Luo! When the dozens of figures arrived in front of Elder Luo, they simultaneously stopped and stood in the sky. They bowed to Elder Luo and greeted him respectfully. At this time, Elder Luo was not in the mood to care about these complicated formalities. He waved his hand casually and said, "Quickly disperse. All of you, quickly disperse and set up a large formation outside the forest. I presume that there will be a fierce battle soon. During this period, all of you are not allowed to leave your posts without permission. You must be on guard at all times. Once there is any movement, there is no need to inform this old man." As soon as Elder Luo finished speaking, the figures in green robes responded in unison. Elder Luo was worried about the situation below and was about to leave. "Elder Luo, may I know what happened? Why is Elder Luo in such a hurry?" Just as Elder Luo's figure turned around, the figure closest to Elder Luo behind him hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask. When Elder Luo heard this, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He could not help but want to slap the person who spoke to him to death. The battle was over, and the patriarch had been captured. Now, you're asking me what happened? How could I not be enraged? Good. You are really good. What a good 32 spirit guards of the spirit ginseng tribe. You really do not come out until death is near. Go back and set up the array. When Elder Luo shouted angrily, the 32 spirit guards immediately trembled. They did not dare to say anything else and quickly lowered their heads and retreated. Although Old Luo was not a member of their spiritual ginseng tribe, they clearly knew that Old Luo's position in the tribe was no different from the tribe leader. Naturally, they would not be able to bear the anger of the tribe leader. Elder Luo angrily glared at the departing figures of the group of spiritual guards. He also angrily flung his wide sleeves and scolded in a low voice. No wonder the great spirit ginseng tribe declined to such a state. How can such people protect the spirit ginseng tribe? You have been living a peaceful life for too long. You have forgotten how the world works. When Elder Luo regained his senses, he looked at the ground below again. The expression on his face became worried. I hope that old man can rush out. As long as he is on the ground, everything will be easy. This time, He Mu will not be able to return. However, compared to Elder Luo's guesses and worries on the ground, there was another scene in the mysterious space below the ground. A wild and violent Do-Chi storm swept through the entire space. In the empty space, 3 layers of the 5 petals of the angry Buddha lotus flame had already been removed. Only the lotus core was left. At this moment, He Mu was finally able to clearly see the faint light figure on the angry Buddha lotus flame. The face of the light figure was not much different from Xiao Yan's. Seeing this, He Mu's heart was immediately shocked. Putting aside the fact that this Do skill was at the peak of the man-class Do skills, just this light figure alone was enough to shock him. This angry Buddha lotus flame was actually created by Xiao Yan. After experiencing 3 frightening Do-Chi attacks, He Mu could clearly sense that the strength of the fire lotus was stronger each time. The subsequent attacks would likely be even more frightening. What kind of monster is this little fellow? He is merely a bandy. How can he create such a frightening thing? Is this really something that a human can do? If it was an ordinary man-class Do skill, He Mu would be able to face it without the Do skill spirit transformation, even if the strength of this angry Buddha lotus flame was quite great. However, if it was like this, he could not help but feel a little worried. The terror of the Do skill spirit transformation was that it was able to unleash all the strength of a man-class Do skill to its greatest extent. It was able to unleash the strength that a man-class Do skill possessed without restraint. This point was something that an ordinary man-class Do skill could not compare with. It was also because of this point that He Mu knew that the strength that the remaining 2 layers of lotus petals possessed would be even more frightening than what he had imagined in his heart. On the other hand, that Heaven's Seizing Claw was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. Although its strength was not as strong as it was back then, even so, that enormous hand claw still maintained its integrity. The strength within it was also incomparably powerful. In comparison, Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame was as tiny as a speck of dust in front of it. Looking at the current Xiao Yan, his aura had already become extremely weak. His entire face was devoid of blood. A pair of bright eyes appeared to be deeply embedded in his eye sockets. His entire body's condition was extremely weak. If it was not because he was forcefully supporting himself with his mind, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already landed somewhere unknown. After a short period of silence, the fire lotus petals once again separated from the main body in the air. A turbulent black fog once again surged out from the surface of the heaven-capturing claw. The next moment, the final attack finally arrived. Chapter 180. The extremely frightening flame wave carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as it swept across the entire empty space and violently smashed toward the heaven-capturing claw. At the same time, the turbulent black fog around the heaven-capturing claw also suddenly swept apart after churning for a while. It violently collided with the flame wave. Immediately, the entire space once again shook intensely. The shaking this time around was even more intense than the previous few times. Even the ginseng ancient trees in the outside world shook intensely. Elder Luo's originally tightly knit eyebrows became even more twisted when he saw this. His heart was incomparably worried. However, due to the uniqueness of this world, even he was unable to forcefully step into the world below the ground. Ugh! Elder Luo sighed with a solemn face. He could only helplessly shift his attention to the large formation. This was also the final assurance in Elder Luo's heart. The instant the flame wave and the storm formed by the black fog collided, it appeared as though a barrier had been set up in the empty space, separating this space into 2 halves. The fiercely rising beautiful, heavenly flame, and the black fog that covered most of the empty space like a black cloud were like 2 ancient giant beasts fighting against each other. The closer it was to the end, the more tense the atmosphere between the 2 became. It was as though a small opportunity was all that was needed to completely ignite the atmosphere in the battleground. The frightening wave that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flame continued to sweep across the entire empty space. At this moment, even Xiao Yan, who was known for his playfulness, involuntarily had a flush on his white face. The Do Qi within his body was exhausted, causing the current Xiao Yan to be unable to ignore the heavenly flame wave. The current situation in the battleground was no longer something that he could control. Faced with the heavenly flame that repeatedly attacked him, Xiao Yan could only helplessly and bitterly endure. Xiao Yan involuntarily cursed in his heart as he bitterly sighed in his heart. The merger of 5 types of heavenly flame was something that Xiao Yan had attempted on the Do Qi continent in the past. Even the angry Buddha lotus flame that was formed from the merger of 6 types of heavenly flame was also held in Xiao Yan's hand. However, it had never been like this. 5 types of heavenly flame actually caused him to be so tired. Although he cursed in his heart, Xiao Yan clearly understood that this continent was no longer the Do Qi continent. Only in this place was Xiao Yan able to truly experience the true strength that Yao Lao had told him about back then. Burning the heavens and boiling the seas, the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, incinerating everything in the world, the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. Back on the Do Qi continent, When Xiao Yan had controlled the purifying demonic lotus flame, he had relied on the purifying demonic lotus flame to defeat the Hall of Souls and fight the Northern Dragon King. At that time, Xiao Yan had thought that he had truly unleashed the strength of the heavenly flame. After all, the angry Buddha lotus flame was already the maximum limit that Xiao Yan could unleash the strength of the heavenly flame. However, it was only after he had become an emperor and displayed the ancient Do technique, the heavenly flame eternal ruler, that he realized that the heavenly flame that Yao Lao had mentioned did not appear to be that powerful. Now that Xiao Yan had come to the Yuanwu continent and met Guyu, he finally realized that it was not that the heavenly flame was not as powerful as it was rumored to be. Instead, the heavenly flame that he knew was not a true heavenly flame. Bang! The dense white firestorm swept over the entire empty space, causing the entire space to violently tremble. Many large rocks fell from the darkness. They appeared just like a different kind of storm in this empty world. Soon after, however, the frightening, heavenly flame storm swept past and turned into nothingness. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yan and He Mu suddenly changed. They revealed a deeply shocked expression. The strength of the bone-chilling flame was something that Xiao Yan had personally witnessed. However, this was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen such a powerful flame. After merging with its actual body, the strength of the bone-chilling flame had reached an extremely frightening level. Based on the strength that the bone-chilling flame had unleashed, it was likely that it would not be inferior to the nihility-devouring flame on the Do Qi continent. This also caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement at the same time that he felt surprised. I really did not expect that a mere seed flame would be able to unleash such a terrifying might. It's hard to imagine. If the bone-chilling flame were to unleash all of its might, wouldn't that kind of might be able to destroy the world? Haha, the strength of a heavenly flame is far more frightening than you understand. Hence, if you wish to raise the burning flame mantra to the highest tier, it is impossible without true ability. The shock within Xiao Yan's heart naturally did not escape Guyu's attention. Guyu did not forget to add another obstacle to Xiao Yan's heart while he ridiculed Xiao Yan with his mouth. There was naturally no need to doubt the strength of a heavenly flame. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan's path to raise his strength would be even more difficult. Old Gu's words were not purposely adding pressure to Xiao Yan. Instead, he wanted to let Xiao Yan clearly understand just how high the requirement of strength was for the path that he would take in the future. His current strength was far from sufficient. Xiao Yan quietly nodded in his heart after hearing Old Gu's words. His strength came from a heavenly flame. Only by controlling an even more powerful heavenly flame would he be able to truly gain a foothold in this Yuanwu continent. At that time, the aim of the ghost-shattering gate would be revealed. On the other hand, He Mu's skinny body involuntarily trembled after he sensed the frightening wild and violent aura within the bone-chilling flame. He had actually sensed a trace of a frightening aura that caused him to be incomparably fearful within the heavenly flame. The terror of that aura was even greater than when he was at his peak. Bastard, this? Where exactly did this brat obtain this heavenly flame? How can it be so frightening? This brat? Why is the aura on his body a little strange? The strangeness of the bone-chilling flame caused He Mu to involuntarily curse. Even though this was the case, it was still difficult for him to hide the shock in his heart. However, compared to the doubt in He Mu's heart, the frightening storm that was formed by the bone-chilling flame did not give him any time to consider. The moment the wild and violent dragon-like dense white, heavenly flame storm swept out, an unknown number of layers of the invisible space that had been torn apart once again exploded. Within the empty space, the flickering lightning-like spatial storm was like numerous small snakes attached to the periphery of the heavenly flame storm. They violently smashed towards the still incomparably overbearing, heaven-capturing claw. When the heavenly flame storm attacked, the heaven-capturing claw, which was as thick as a dragon pillar, suddenly clenched. A frightening strength also began to wreak havoc. Immediately, a thunder-like explosive sound reverberated over this empty world. The invisible space was like a balloon that was being squeezed between the gaps of the claw. The half-opened and half-closed hand claw tore through the empty space. An incomparably sharp wind transformed into numerous invisible pillars that violently smashed towards the dense white firestorm that was similarly filled with an imposing aura. Unfortunately, this invisible pillar, which even an ordinary bandit would not dare to be careless when seeing it, was like a gentle breeze brushing past the heavenly flame storm. It scattered with a bang before it was even 1,000 feet from the heavenly flame storm. After the pillar was broken, the distance between the heavenly flame storm and the heaven-capturing claw became increasingly smaller. In just an instant, these two powerful Daoist skills that possessed destructive strength would collide with a bang. The ending of this battle would also officially arrive. In a short instant, the heavenly flame storm and the heavenly flame storm had already violently collided with each other at the same time when the pillar was broken. However, what welcomed Xiao Yan and He Mu was an instant of silence. It was as though two different colored cotton balls had collided in the empty space. Not the slightest sound was emitted, however. In the next moment, a glaring white light shot out from the middle of the collision like a sun in the dark night, causing one to be unable to open one's eyes. Bang! Soon after, a frightening explosion that was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb transformed into a circular invisible air wave that swept over the entire space. Chapter 181. Xiao Yan and He Mu, who were outside of the arena, were naturally unable to escape from such a frightening air wave. When the air wave attacked, the two of them felt as though there was an invisible Mount Tai in the space in front of them. The frightening force caused their chests to be instantly flattened. Xiao Yan only felt a trace of sweetness on the tip of his tongue. After a wave of giddiness passed in his mind, his frail body was directly sent flying. However, soon after Xiao Yan's body flew for nearly 10,000 feet, another wave of even more frightening energy storms suddenly attacked. It carried an aura that could destroy the world as it suddenly attacked. Before Xiao Yan could regain consciousness, it violently smashed into his chest. Bang! A muffled thunder-like sound mixed with a wave of bone-breaking sounds appeared. Xiao Yan's body was immediately sent flying like a football that had been kicked. He turned into a shooting star in the empty space and shot toward the other side of the space. The wild and violent energy was like a wild wind and tsunami as it attacked Xiao Yan's body. The frightening spiritual strength that was contained within the storm directly invaded Xiao Yan's soul. The terror of an E-class Dao technique was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. By combining Dao Qi and spiritual strength, not only was it more powerful, but the spiritual strength within it could also directly injure one's soul. This point was something that other ordinary Dao techniques could not compare with. However, just as the frightening energy was about to enter Xiao Yan's body and wreak havoc, bang sounded from within Xiao Yan's body. A large cluster of dense white flames rose and completely swallowed the wild and violent energy and spiritual strength that had entered. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had already fainted. "Little fellow, you are really crazy. If the old me was not here today, I want to see if you would be able to survive." After dealing with the wild and violent energy, a faint old voice was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly surged from deep within Xiao Yan's body and merged into the fire symbol between Xiao Yan's brows. The next moment, Xiao Yan, who had already fainted, slowly opened his slightly shut eyes. His dark black pupils were already filled with a dense white raging flame. The corner of his mouth was lifted and revealed a playful smile. His eyes were slowly raised and shot through the dazzling white light toward the similarly extremely weak He Mu. His mouth laughed softly as he said, "Next, let me accompany you to play." The white light that was like the sun slowly scattered. The scene within it had also once again become clear. At this moment, after that wave of attacks, He Mu, who was similarly quite injured, could not help but reveal a joy on his shriveled old face when he saw the scene in the arena. His pair of shady eyes were filled with coldness. Looking from a distance, the dense white, heavenly flame wave in the empty space had already completely scattered. The only thing that was still standing in the empty space was the enormous claw of Ling Tian. The E-class Dao technique did indeed live up to its reputation. Even though it did not live up to its great reputation back then, it was still this strong. It was actually able to forcefully scatter such a peerlessly frightening attack like the heavenly flame. It was likely that this heaven-capturing claw could be considered extremely strong even when placed among the E-class Do techniques. Although the E-class Do technique was strong, even so, 3 of the 5 dragon pillar-like hand claws on the heaven-capturing claw had already been broken. Even one of the remaining 2 hand claws was only left with less than half of it. There were still a few clusters of dense white, heavenly flame remaining on the broken part. Following the burning of the heavenly flame, the heaven-capturing claw was also repeatedly being incinerated. It was a long while later before it gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene in front of him, He Mu's brows were involuntarily knit together. He felt quite surprised in his heart. The bone-chilling flame was indeed worthy of being an existence ranked 11th on the heavenly flame ranking. Even though this was only a seed flame, the strength that it erupted with was still something that even a proud class Do technique had difficulty completely suppressing. A heavenly flame was really this frightening. However, although the heavenly flame was strong, it was ultimately only a Ren class Do technique. There was still quite a big gap when compared to an E-class Do technique. Seeing that the heavenly flame was broken, a smile immediately surfaced on He Mu's face that was covered with strange lines. His mouth involuntarily let out a mocking sound. Tsk, human brat, so what if it is a heavenly flame? So what if it is a Do technique that has transformed into a spirit? It is ultimately only a Ren class Do technique. Compared to an E-class Do technique, it is merely a baby. The arc on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became even denser when he heard these words. His gaze turned toward the empty space. A glow flashed across his dense white eyes. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed faintly. Ah, is that so? Don't tell me that you have forgotten that the final layer of the lotus core is accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Although the voice was calm, it was like a wave of clear thunder that was transmitted into the black fungus, causing the expression on his face to swiftly change. Only then did he hurriedly turn his gaze toward the empty space. When his gaze turned over, a cluster of milk-white gentle light quietly flashed across the empty space. It cut through the empty space and once again collided with the heaven-capturing claw. The milk-white gentle light was just like a lustrous white warm jade. If one were to look carefully, one could even faintly see a somewhat illusionary snow-white lotus flower. The milk-white light cluster slowly cut through the empty space, scattering down numerous specks of light that formed a long tail in the empty space. When He Mu's gaze landed on the milk-white light cluster, his sinister old face immediately became solemn. At this moment, even with his character, he had no choice but to admit that the strength contained within this light cluster had already reached the stage where it could shake the heaven-capturing claw. The thing that caused He Mu to feel the most bewildered was that even with his experience, he was actually unable to identify exactly what kind of heavenly flame this light cluster in front of him was. Hiss! From the wild and violent aura on this thing and the frightening temperature that does not lose to any heavenly flame, this thing is indeed a heavenly flame. However, since when did such a milk-white heavenly flame appear on the heavenly flame ranking? What exactly is this thing? At this moment, the feeling of danger within the depths of He Mu's heart quietly rose once again, causing his heartbeat to involuntarily increase by quite a bit. This also caused He Mu to once again recall the trace of strange aura that was emitted from the bone-chilling flame earlier. When he thought of this, He Mu's expression became even more solemn. Could it be that the aura from earlier belonged to this heavenly flame? When he thought of this, He Mu involuntarily felt a deep chill. The terror of that aura was naturally something that he had deeply experienced. If what he was thinking in his heart was really the case, would the terror of this attack not exceed his expectations? Unfortunately, when He Mu thought of this point, the milk-white light cluster had already carried a long tail and violently collided with the broken, heaven-capturing claw. In the next instant, an even more glaring white light shot out in all directions. This time around, even with He Mu's character, He involuntarily narrowed his eyes when the white light shot over. When He Mu focused his gaze, he saw through the white light that surrounded the heaven-seizing claw. At the place where the two clashed, the outer layer of armor on the heaven-seizing claw had been completely destroyed. Cracks spread out and covered the entire heaven-seizing claw. On the other hand, the somewhat illusory snow-white lotus flower within the milky white light cluster had become increasingly real at this moment. Faintly, there was a human figure at the center of the lotus flower. The human figure's hands were held in front of his chest. Between his palms, there was an even smaller version of the lotus. The difference was that the lotus was formed from over 20 different colors. In the next instant, under He Mu's gloomy gaze, the dazzling lotus slowly flew out from the human figure's palms and collided with the heaven-capturing claw that seemed to be wrapped by a spider web. Soon after, an extremely terrifying explosive sound spread out. The entire space shook because of this, and everything within it was completely destroyed. In the spirit ginseng tribe, on the surface of the ground where the great formation had been set up, a huge crack that was tens of thousands of feet wide formed a pitch-black abyss under the continuous shaking of the ground. At this moment, old Luo's figure had once again appeared in the sky above the abyss. At the same time, his expression was grave as he looked at the abyss below. Chapter 182. A roar that could cause one's eardrums to explode suddenly resounded over the entire space. At this moment, even the muscles at the corner of He Mu's eyes were involuntarily squeezed together. The gap between his teeth that was revealed at the corner of his mouth was repeatedly sucking in threads of hot air. An enormous Do-Chi storm swept over the entire space. The crack lines that covered the entire hand claw in the air also emitted a glaring golden light. Soon after, a clear breaking sound was emitted. The huge heaven-capturing hand claw was forcefully broken at the waist. Soon after, another wave of frightening Do-Chi storm once again swept over. This space was repeatedly destroyed by wave after wave of frightening storms. This entire space had completely turned into a human purgatory. He Mu was also repeatedly forced back by this wild and violent storm. The empty space under his feet collapsed time and time again. The frightening wind continued to bombard his body. If it was the body of an ordinary expert, it was likely that he would have long since been turned into dust. At this moment, He Mu finally felt a little powerless. The resistance of Qing Mu deep within his soul had also gradually become clear. If he could not swiftly finish off Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would not have the opportunity to make a comeback once Qing Mu woke up. Bastard! Do you really think that this venerable self has no way of dealing with you? Humph! Today, I will let you experience the tactics of the Ginseng spiritual tribe. After letting out a low cry, He Mu suddenly slammed his palm violently on his chest. His face immediately turned red and a mouthful of essence blood was spat out. As this mouthful of essence blood was spat out, He Mu's complexion rapidly turned deathly pale. His aura also abruptly dropped to rock bottom. However, it was the exact opposite. At this moment, the corner of his mouth hung a sinister smile. After spitting out the essence blood, He Mu's shriveled hand swiftly formed a seal. The little Do-Chi in his body also gathered into the essence blood at this moment. This continued until a certain moment when a ruthless expression flashed across He Mu's eyes. His right hand also violently slammed into the essence blood cluster in front of him. After this palm strike, the palm-sized essence blood cluster instantly exploded into pieces, turning into droplets of blood that scattered over the empty space. Ah! Ginseng spirit root, come here! With a loud shout, He Mu raised his head and looked at the sky above him. At the same time, he raised his palm with his palm facing upwards. It was as if he was trying to summon something. Swish! After a few breaths, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. He Mu once again let out an explosive roar. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist in the air. Then, he fiercely pulled it back. Space cracked as an emerald green tree root with a diameter of several hundred feet broke through the air under this force. The cruel smile on He Mu's face widened when he saw this tree root. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. The dense white flame in his eyes also burned even more intensely at this moment. No wonder the spirit ginseng race is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. So it turns out that there's actually a traitor like you who wantonly wasted the inheritance left behind by your ancestors. It's truly a great crime that deserves death. Although, Xiao Yan thought in his heart, he did not attack. He really wanted to see the ability of the spirit ginseng race. He also wanted to see just how much of the spirit ginseng race's strength could be displayed by He Mu. Seeing the emerald green tree root in front of him, He Mu's dark old eyes revealed a cold expression. His tongue violently licked his lips as he glanced at Xiao Yan. Noticing the indifferent gaze of Xiao Yan, He Mu involuntarily frowned. However, he quickly threw the thoughts in his heart to the back of his mind. His right hand turned into a claw. His flat fingernails were as sharp as blades at this moment. Immediately, his right hand was inserted into the spirit ginseng tree root in front of him, piercing the core of the root. Bang! Another explosion sounded at the spot where the creamy white light cluster collided with the heaven-capturing claw. A frightening Do-Chi storm once again swept over like a tsunami. At this moment, He Mu's dark black and deep old eyes had been completely replaced by a dark green color. The flickering light gave off an extremely evil feeling. The strange dark green lines that covered his entire body also emitted waves of strange light. He Mu's aura was also swiftly recovering at an extremely frightening speed. Faced with the frightening storm that was attacking him, He Mu's reaction was only a soft "huh." However, this was all. The frightening storm appeared to have collided with a wall. It abruptly turned around and was annihilated in this empty space together with the storm that came right after. After a strange laugh, He Mu's hand, which was inserted into the tree root, was suddenly withdrawn. At the same time, the enormous spirit ginseng tree root also emitted a bang sound and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Yan Xiao, do you know how many years this spirit ginseng root needs to grow? He Mu casually shook away the fragments. He felt that his body was once again filled with strength. He looked at Xiao Yan and opened his mouth to speak with a sinister smile. With regards to this, Xiao Yan did not comment. The He Mu in front of him would answer him one by one. 4,000 years. 4,000 years of accumulation in order to become a Do-Di. Tell me, is this easy? However, you merely used less than an hour to use it to recover to the level of a 9-star half-emperor. Hearing the words from He Mu's mouth, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows again. His mouth similarly replied in an indifferent manner. Being able to be used by me, its life of training was not in vain. If it was still alive, I wonder what it would think. If it was still alive, would the spirit ginseng tribe be in this state? Hearing the words of Xiao Yan, He Mu immediately became a little agitated. His mouth directly pointed at the current spirit ginseng tribe. The spirit ginseng tribe has sealed themselves in. They think that they can be independent just because they are ignorant of the matters of the world. Don't tell me that these old fellows are not aware of the state of the continent. The current ruin of the spirit ginseng tribe is all caused by them. I only want the spirit ginseng tribe to rise once again. What is wrong with that? What right do they have to seal me? Toward the end, He Mu's emotions were close to madness. His mouth repeatedly cursed the older generation of the spirit ginseng tribe. It was as though he wanted to vent all the anger he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. The spirit ginseng tribe naturally needs to be revived. However, the method you have chosen is wrong. Your ancestor might have been wrong, but you should not have done the opposite. The tree demon is a great taboo of the spirit ginseng tribe. By turning into a demon, you are enough. You really speak a lot. I am merely giving you a chance to breathe. Do you really think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as this venerable self? Once he finished speaking, He Mu could not be bothered to say anything else. The Do-Chi within his body surged wildly. The broken connection between He Mu and the heaven-capturing claw was once again forcefully reconnected. The corner of He Mu's mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he sensed the wild and violent strength within the heaven-capturing claw. An E-class Do technique was indeed an E-class Do technique. Even at this moment, it was still incomparably powerful. Swoosh, Suddenly, He Mu's body moved. His body had already disappeared from the spot. At the same time, all the remaining Do Qi within the heaven-capturing claw began to wildly erupt at this moment. Soon after, a frightening storm once again swept through the entire space. The final attack of the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heaven-capturing claw had completely erupted.